Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, December the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I got a couple of yeses already in our main room, so you guys can hear me, see my screen. If somebody would do me the favors in our YouTube room also, just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. A couple of yeses, that'll just help me a lot. Well, SMX. When I left the room yesterday, I think it was a little after 2 o'clock Eastern time. I think the stock was around 70-ish or so. And I remember looking at wow, I wonder if it'll hit 100. And of course, this morning it hit almost got up to 448. This is William's favorite stock. What did I notice that? I don't know if this is all yesterday. Company AGM approved 16 proposals. I don't know if all these press releases were yesterday, but you've been calling them a press release machine. And oh my goodness, I mean, it's quite incredible, isn't it? I mean, 2 days ago, $55. After hours, 400, or this morning, 450. Now, not shortable for me, never has been, probably thank goodness. But here it is. It's a big pullback already. Thank you, Hans, in our YouTube room. Thank you very much. So that's SMX, WHLR, which has been a very active one in the past, WHLR. The only thing I can see is no, I don't see any news today. I see no news at all whatsoever on WHLR. Low float, of course, as is the SMX. I mean, how can SMX do what it's doing? The float's about 1 million, I think. Yeah, look at that, 1 million shares in the float. So WHLR, very low float, only 690,000 in the float. Trying to hold the VWAP right now, pulling into it. I don't see any news on it. Had some news on the 4th, but we are not. Well, actually, there was some news yesterday, something about unregistered equity sales, stock swaps, or something. Anyway, WHLR, and this one has, this stock was not $33,000 at one point, and even higher if I went back maybe. Bunch of reverse splits, and so that is reverse split adjusted. JFBR. If there's any news on this one, Scannery grants Jeff's brand subsidiary KeepZone the right to market and distribute its AI radar screening system. Okay, whoever these guys are, Scannery or Scannery, I guess that's what it would be, Scannery, as in the coal mine. Ooh, let's see, Prax is another. This is a very expensive one, but boy, jumps on positive meeting with the FDA for a tremor drug epilepsy trial success. Huge move. Another, pretty low flow, 24 million, up 30% on that news. In our YouTube room, what do I think about RR? Robotic play. Let's see, what does it look like? Oh no, that's just R. I need another R. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's had a great 2 days. It's been moving along with a lot of the other robotic plays, but the best I can say about it. It got up to last month's high, 485. Yesterday, you can see what it did. It got up to last month's high. A little bit of a pullback now. I mean, not much. It's only down 8 cents. Where it goes from here. The next high looking left is 489. And then, so between here and 5, for me personally, there's too much resistance between here and 5 for me personally. So iRobot's doing its thing again, guys. After the pullback yesterday, it is now back up, and it's through the 200-day moving average. Robotic play, if you will. I mean, I just look at it like a robotic vacuum, but I don't know. Maybe they are doing other things. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 304. I'm sorry, I'm way behind there. Next high is 493. So it's through the 200-day moving average. So for instance, if you're looking at robotic plays, though, it's hard for me to call this a robotic play, other than the fact that it's got robot in its name. I mean, it's a lot cleaner than RR. QNRX. This is the, I guess we'll call this the sort of the semi-disaster du jour, guys. William, QNXR, let's say pharmaceuticals, of course. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any negative news for QNRX. It's over the 200-day moving average. A lot of room to, actually, a lot of room to that. But there's a low there, there's a low there, there's a low there. No, well, maybe it's does I can't worry about that or trying to short it. There are no shorts for me in Interactive Brokers for QNRX. But if you have shorts available, I don't know. I mean, it's not a lot of volume yet. 44,000. This is an earnings play. PBRK. PBRK is an earnings play. Did I say P? RBRK. RBRK is an earnings play. Next high looking left on the monthly chart is 88. So there's room on the monthly chart at least. Okay. Sell with Luis. Okay. This is what I think you should do. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing. So click on new from the toolbar, new from the toolbar. And then you should see three that start off with Premium AI. Okay. Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. When you do that, this is the window. This is the window that you're going to see. Something like this. You may have different column headers, of course, but something like this. This is how I would track the AI alerts all day long. You will not get an alert in this window until at least 9:40, 10 minutes after the market opens. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but by on purpose, you will not get one until at least 9:40. Okay, so you just wait for the alerts to happen, and I like how you call them trade suggestions. The other thing I would do is make sure you see where it says filter and says none. When you load it, it may say profitable trades. Okay, uncheck it. I'd want to see the trades. I want to see the alerts all day long. Sometimes they'll set up below the alert price and might give you a better entry. The other thing to do is make sure you have these re-entry columns if you don't have them, because sometimes you'll get what's called a re-entry price. And to make sure you have these re-entry columns, if you right click in the body of the window, in the body of this window, right click and then click on columns. And then this is just in alphabetical order, scroll down and you can just add them. Adding them is just left clicking on them to highlight and then left arrow them over so they show up here in that column. Okay. So that's all that's what you do, in my opinion. Okay. You don't go to the channel. Channel is way too confusing, in my opinion. If you're just looking for the alerts for today. Now, the other thing to do, Luis, is to incorporate this as part of your layout. Okay, because so you don't have to do it every day. You just incorporate this window as part of your layout, and then again, just wait for the alerts to happen. Meanwhile, IRBT ripping a bit here, guys. The next high, still lots of room, $5. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is that's how much room it's got before it hits the next high on the daily chart. Good morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. TE. Okay, well, I heard TE on my gap down scan, but look at this. So it gapped down and came right back up, down and back. This is a real cheap one, guys. This earnings place, SPWH, is getting kicked. Sportsman's just getting absolutely kicked, down 21%. This is an earnings play. Tara, after well, she was a little bit choppy over the last few days, but Ara is, I think yeah, they did a financing. They did a financing. I think it's at 575. Yeah, 575. Yeah, 575. So they did a financing at 575. So that's kicked this stock down, and it's below the financing price. Maybe put a price alert around 575. See if it gets back up there. There's a little pot for Toro here, guys, for some reason, declaring a special dividend. $1.75 a share, special dividend. And I think PSN, I kept hearing PSN. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Parsons, wow, there's another big drop. PSN, another drop underneath the 200-day moving average. Another one that's popping here, guys, UAMY, sort of call it a rare earth play. Antimony. The next high looking left, 697, a little bit of room. Shares of mineral stocks are trading higher on reports indicating the U.S. plans to take more stakes in mineral companies. So there's your news on why some of these metal plays are popping, mineral plays are popping. Docu. This is something that is fairly actively watch stock. Docu is an earnings play. DOC. A lot of earnings plays, William. Still a lot of earnings plays. DOCU is an earnings play, and it's gapped down a bit on, well, six points on 6% on earnings. Look what was happening before earnings. You know, the market was being bid up and up and up and up and up, and I'm sure a lot of people thought, okay, how bad can they be? Well, here's your answer. Yeah, most of these are after hours. The ones I'm looking at. All these are some of the earnings plays I see. HPE is an earnings play, probably after hours also. Post market, yeah. So Hewlett Packard is an earnings play. HPE is an earnings play. Coo. Coo is an earnings play. COO. It's Cooper something or other. Cooper Companies. Looks like a buyout. This looks like a buyout, actually. Wow. Okay, it's not a buyout. It doesn't appear to be a buyout. Just the way it's flatlining, looks like it was a buyout. Okay, let me have a quick look at it. It's probably because you've got the relative volume in there, but let me just do a quick look at it, okay? Okay, that's why. You have to use the new it's not this is the call it the mark 9:30 to 4 o'clock highs. Okay, just do a search and type in post. You better have more filters though. You're going to get overrun. Okay, you're going to get overrun. But use post market highs. Sorry, yeah, post market high. I'm sorry, pre market. Sorry, I'm sorry, pre market. Okay, pre market highs as your filter. Okay, so you add that alert. Get rid of the new high and add this one, pre market highs. You can keep this one because if you want it to work at when the market opens at 9:30, but you have to add pre-market highs. However, you've got no filters. You're going to get just you're going to have so much coming at you. You better put some filters in, like price range and minimum volume, things like that. Maybe it has to be up a certain percent. Okay. So usually, yeah. So the new high does not work in the pre-market. You need pre-market high. It's, and it's the same thing. Okay. Yeah. Next week, Shaw, it could be. You're right. I'm talking to Shaw in our YouTube room. Could be some interesting. Maybe next week, a decision on interest rates. You know who's an earnings play is Victoria's Secret. For whatever reason, VSCO is just absolutely exploding here. 15%. It's not crazy low float, 68 million. No, we don't do anything with futures, just stocks. Just stocks. No crypto, no stocks. Sorry, no crypto, no forex, no futures, just stocks. So here's Victoria's Secret, guys. VSCO is an earnings play. We don't scan for options. We do have a way in which you can find stocks that are trading abnormally option wise, but it's not scanning for options in how you might think. It just shows you stocks that are having abnormal option trading days in terms of explosion of options. Like say a company has I don't know, over the last 10 days has traded 5,000 options. We have a filter that say if you use a filter that show me stocks that trading three times that as an example. Okay. So a stock that is average over 5,000, for you to see that stock today would have to be trading at least 15,000 options. Okay. So it's not scanning for options in the same how most people think of it, but at least it helps you zero in on the interesting, just like what we do here for stocks. We're just always looking for stocks trading abnormally, option wise, not option wise, but volume wise. So it's just another way of looking at the option market, showing stocks trading abnormally, option volume wise. Sensei, good morning, Roy. Sensei, SNSE. This is, let's see now. Don't see any news on this one. News yesterday after hours, which you wouldn't think would help, but selling some securities. Nice day yesterday. I don't really remember seeing this one yesterday. Well, the high right here is 1240, and then the next high is 1285. Now I'm going to put a price alert around 1250 just to see if it gets into that area, and maybe can crack that 1280. Because if it does, look above 1750. I think it's going to get there, of course, but at least there is room for this one to move. Very, very choppy in the free market right now. The only one I want to look at is Staples. Everything else is going to be above the 200-day moving average. Let's see how close. Yeah, Staples is starting to move away again from the 200-day moving average. Everything else is above it. Remember, financials were, excuse me, testing that 200-day moving average a few days ago. That green line on my daily chart, but moving smartly off it. XLB is still, hovering around it. The one that is, I want to see how healthcare is. It's still what I would consider one of the strong. So healthcare is starting to drift down again. Remember when the market was healthcare, when it was doing all this and moving higher, remember the market was, really starting to give it up some days, came back the next day maybe and give it up again the next day, or certainly intraday. XLV was very strong. It kept starting to, drift down a little bit here. I would be putting a price alert down here at 151 and see if it takes that out at some point. Probably not today, but next week maybe. It could start the descent again. Remember, XLV healthcare stocks were way under the 200-day moving average for a long, long time. They finally popped above it. When was this? This was back in September, end of September. Be fun to see what this one does today. It is SMX. I wonder how many reverse splits they've done. I don't know if this is truly an IPO back here, or just a symbol name change, or what happened. This is back in the month of March of 2023. So over, they call it a couple 2.5 months ago or so. No, it did not get up to 500 and, well, I'm just going to round it off. It's $560 million. Did it ever get there? Of course not. But multiple reverse splits. So if you took all the reverse splits you did, okay, and took all those ratios and multiplying them together, and then multiply that by the current price, that would give you what the reverse split adjusted price would be. Crazy. Well, Humana, I read somewhere this morning that Humana, oh, not Humana, no, not, was it Humana or Hims? I think it was Hims. Just give me a moment. I thought there was something to do with Mark Cuban and Hims. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was Humana. It was Humana. Okay, it was HUM. So Mark Cuban and talks for a pharmacy partnership. So that's probably helping. Okay. No, no. Sell with Louise. I don't look at anything like that. If the trade is still working, keep in it. Keep in it. The smart exit point is really just it's nothing fancy. If you're talking about on the chart, it's just double the diff. So if you click on an alert, you're going to see a smart exit, okay, or an exit point. Let's just say it happened to be $1 away from the current price. Well, they put the smart exit double that. Oh, what is that? I mean, it's nothing really scientific. It would be $2 away. My point is that if the trade is still working, don't get out. I would try to use the wave to keep you into the trade. Trade, okay? Does that make sense? The trade's still working. Why get out? Hey guys, what I'm doing, I'm getting my 9:30 layout up and running. Well, you can keep, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you can create a symbol list with the existing portfolio you've got, and then use. I don't know how you want to monitor it exactly, but You can create a top list and put your stocks that you're in. You can create what we call a watch list, a symbol list, and attach it to the say the top list window and monitor your portfolio like that if you want. So the answer is yes. All depends on how you want to monitor it, of course. So what you want to do is go to okay. I'll show you my homepage. I can't do it. I cannot demonstrate it right now. Okay. Whoops. Not that link. Give me a moment. But I can show you in the guide. So give me a moment. I'm just going to get my homepage. So if you click on my homepage, okay, ah, don't click on the free trade of the week. Click on. You know what? Okay, click on my homepage link. Okay. When you do, scroll down a little bit where you see the education section. Click on the more info. And then at the top here, the user guide is right here. Okay. So when you click on that, scroll down. I'll expand this just a little bit here, expand it. And you see where it says watch lists. Okay. That's how you create a watch list or a symbol list and where you would put your portfolio in there. Okay. And then it shows you how you would attach it either to a top list window or an alert window. I can't tell you how you want to monitor it, okay? But if you're looking for, in your portfolio stocks that are at the high of the day or, most active things like that, you can do it. But the first step is to create the watch list of your stocks, okay? So it's a pretty good. I think it's a pretty good. Several videos probably and some text. But the answer is yes, you can do that. Okay, guys. So what time is it now? 9:27. So this is the top six. I don't think I talked about AKAN. AKAN, cheap one. Top six, as in the other screen that had the pre-market actives up. It was the top 15. These are the top six. We obviously talked about the SMX, the WHLR, JFBR. When I say top, we loaded it on our chart. Prax, Toro, is it holding? Not bad, actually. Toro is actually holding. Yeah, Toro is actually holding. Okay. Where is the next? And it's all about declaring a special dividend. That is the reason for, I guess, for this pop. Just give me one moment, please. So what's happening here? Tara is making new lows or made a new low. Whoa, that Sensi took. Okay, so it's above the VWAP. This could be one that now typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. This could run away. The What do we look at here? The next high is on the weekly chart around 1286, 1285. Okay, so it's still got a ways to go. I think what happened is it triggered at 1240. So it's starting to move. Problem with it, look at this. Look at the spread. 1275. Trying to make it very hard to commit to a trade right now. It's another Ridiculous. Low float. 830,000 in the float. Well, with this float, Grumpy, anything could happen. No, the market's open. Sorry. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Now, look at Sensei. I mean, it just exploded. Just exploded. Probably could be halted. I guess this on again, off again, WBD. So once Netflix deal closes, Warner Brothers president, yeah. So what's Bitcoin doing? So Bitcoin's doing its thing again. It's down a couple of thousand. Very volatile. BMNR affected by that, of course. IREN affected by, and now they did also financing. Okay, IREN did a financing a couple of days ago, I think, either yesterday or the day before. So look at the Bitcoin players, Mara. But meanwhile, market is ripping. Look at this. Look at this. Nice little opening 5-minute bar on the market. And if you've been in the room for a little while now, you know this has turned into my absolute favorite idea generator, the Gap Scan. Okay, nothing will happen in this window until at least 9:45. Doesn't mean we'll get anything at 9:45, but I put a delay on getting alerts in this one until 9:45. I just want to see things settle down a little bit, especially with a gap type. There were 4 scans in here, so stocks and gap up and down a lot in the first 15. So yeah, this was from yesterday. Was it? Wow, PMCB. Yesterday, 89 cents, the low of yesterday. See how wild this is? I mean, look at Sensei, 1326 down to 12. You know, not even, well, we're a couple of minutes into the market. So, boy, this Orla looks weak. ORLA, mining company. The next low looking left is 1241. WHLR, guys. Now, this can be it has in the past been an absolutely insane one. So here we go. Right at the VWAP. I don't see any news on it today. I just see this news from yesterday, swapping preferred stock for 50,000 shares of common stock, 56,000 shares of common stock. Right. Tiger was an earnings play yesterday. TIGR was an earnings play yesterday. It basically sold off. It had earnings yesterday, kind of sold off from the highs. The high was 943, got down to $9. So it's right at yesterday's high now. TIGR, right at yesterday's high. PMI was a really good one from that gap scan yesterday on a gap and go. giving it up today so far. 3,000 shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, PLRZ, guys. This was well, obviously a very crazy one again yesterday. Had a massive pop, bit of a sell-off. Trying to get there's the close around 1445. Why not put a price alert in that area just to see if it gets to the close of yesterday? So it's still down $1 from that close. Check. Is this ChargePoint? Yeah, ChargePoint. I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, CHPT is an earnings play. Yeah, a little bit of room on a weekly chart. 1008 is the next high. Yeah, but around 10 is the next high. So for me, not enough room. I mean, if I took it at 960 and I got to 10, it'd be great, but can't predict that. So, oh boy. Now, what is happening with this one? CAPR. Wonder if it's going to do the same thing. Big sell-offs, pops, and then the big sell-offs. There's a lot of shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers, over 1 million. So a lot of shares are available. This is the one with the high. So that will cost me if I buy 100 shares of this. Now I'm not, okay. It says there are shorts available, but if I shorted 100 shares, it would cost me $63. I think that's what you said, right, Williams? I think that's the way it works out, $63 approximately, both way, not for round trip. So as long as it, drops $2, $3, $4, that you can absorb that cost, but not saying to do it. Well, iRobot is just doing its thing again. I mean, the next time the monthly chart way up here is 611. Weekly chart 495. Still about $1 to that next high. But again, I'm just waiting for a gap scan to start producing some something. Time is it now? 9:38. Another 7 minutes for potentially the first one in the scan. And doesn't now understand, doesn't mean that if I get something, I just pile into the trade immediately. Fluence had a big day yesterday. I don't really remember seeing it yesterday. And that's the FLNC. Well, so far, a bit of a change from the last couple of days. Remember the last couple of days? We had huge moves at the beginning down and good recoveries though. So right now, so this is sort of a bit of a reverse, big move to start. Of course, Luis. Everything you see here is Trade Ideas software. Of course. That's why you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. I'd rather call it all the ideas identified by the software. Okay, these are all ideas. And again, I'm just waiting for the first one to come in here. Thought I read where Costco actually said they might be doing a forward split. Has earnings on the 11th, December 11th. So earnings are coming up next week. I think they talked about doing a forward split. Getting the stock cheaper, be more people involved, perhaps. So CHPT coming right into that red line, that purplish line, is the next high on a daily chart, which would be surprised it's not on this chart. Oh, I know why. Coming into a pretty significant, in my opinion, psychological number, 10. Well, well, I don't like trading in the first 15. That looked pretty good. Pretty good. Looked like a little pop over 23 could get it running again, and then just a big 60-cent drop. Talking about the fluence. Always on the risk of something running right at the very beginning of the day and not looking back for a long time. But I just through my trading experience, I just got beaten up too many times. Okay, iRobot. Yeah, well, you hold for. This is I have interest in this one. This still has room on the daily and the weekly chart. $4 has a dollar until the next highs, I believe, on the daily and the weekly chart. So I do have some interest in this one. Want to see how well it holds over four. Just a one-day little pullback here yesterday. Okay, at four, like the bid ask 401, 402. So just want to see it clear four a little more strongly before I commit. Okay, guys. Well, let's see if it has a run in it. It's a little early for me, but this has been an AI play for a few days now, a couple of days anyway. Okay, guys, I've taken some off here. Wow. Okay, I I'm just watching it now. It really just before I said that, I took some off in the 420 level. I just don't trust it. It's a little early for me, but I thought I will do it. It was holding over four. It's also an IR play from us, or an AI play from us. And I gotta admit, I'm not into the cheap ones as much as I used to be. Oh, yeah, let's take a look at Sophie, a gap down in reverse. HPE, a gap down in reverse. So what does that mean? So stock, still down. So HPE is trying to, gap down, and now it's reversing, okay? Sophie doing the same thing, gap down and reverse. Now, this is what I like to see, a gap up and go for iRobot. That's what I love. That's what I, if you're in this one, that's what you want to see, is a gap up and go. For me, it got a little tense when it got close, right close to 4 again. But now remember, I have the don't repeat version of this, which is creating a nice watch list for me for the day. Okay, this is a watch list for the day. It doesn't mean I have to. Sometimes I might gap up and go, but that might turn into a short later on for me. Depending on what it does. Maybe I look at it and it's a little parabolic, takes out the VWAP or something like that. So this is why I use it like a watch list all day long. Well, look how wrong I was about the charge point. I mean, 10 didn't stop it at all. Another nice earnings play. Okay. And that is from our, it's not here. It's not going to be in the gap scan. Whoa, right on iRobot. Why did I doubt you? But it's coming from our AI, guys. Coming from our AI, CHPT. There's no link for it, but I'll show you. It's easy to create. Okay. Watch what I do, IQ. Or I'm sorry, IZE. Okay. Right click, assuming you still want this, which I do. So right click on it, duplicate it. And again, guys, if you load my scans now, you're not going to see everything that happened starting at 9:45. Okay, you'll see the last alert in any one of the scans. I have 4 of them in here. That's what you'll see, and then going forward, you'll get more data. Anyway, so I've duplicated it, and now right click, go to properties, don't repeat, check that don't repeat window or symbol for window. Here are all your time frames for not repeating. What I've done, I've checked for a day. Say okay. Then I would give it a, maybe add DR or something like that, so that's the don't repeat version. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I use this like a watch list, just like this is a watch list for me. Okay, I use this the AI like a watch list. It doesn't mean that. So if I miss it the first time, a lot of times you might see something. I wanted to make sure you added these reentry columns, because what it can happen is 397 was the entry, 385 was the stop. At some point in time, what if it pulls all the way back down to 385, hits that stop? Now, you would never keep in that trade without trading out of it. But if it happens that any one of these hits the stop and then comes halfway between the entry and the stop price, you're going to get a reentry price in this column. Okay. So, or even it doesn't have to necessarily do that, but look at CHPT. I mean, I don't know what sort of trading experience you've got, Luis, but I mean, right there is the VWAP. So what if it pulled back to the VWAP, or maybe you thought, what if 10 holds it? Pulling back. So this they can set up different times or different ways over the course of the day. You have to have. Well, just add them. Add them, okay? IQ, right click, go to columns, and here are all the columns right here. So you can add what you want. When you say you're missing, if you don't see it, then scroll down this list. It's alphabetical. This is the one I would make sure you have though. Your entry price and time. Okay, just add them. You mean copy my? It is not copyable. No, you just add the columns. Okay, I mean, just all you have to do is just add them. Okay, takes you like 2 seconds. Well, call it 15 seconds to add. The columns that you want. Columns I had don't are not necessarily what you want. Okay, but I would make sure you have this, and make sure you uncheck if it's checked. The profitable trades, uncheck it. I want to see the trades all day long. The alerts. I want to call them alerts all day long. Well, thank you, AI, for iRobot. Now, we knew about iRobot, of course, in the pre-market, but boy, oh boy, it's a nice way to start. So you're talking about an exit, okay, for iRobot. Now, because it was so early for me, I took some off. Okay, I did take some off at the 420 level, but now I'm just going to follow the wave. Okay, I'm following the wave. Now the problem right now for me with this wave, you see how the bars are quite a bit above the top of the wave. I'd much rather have them, you know, working its way up with touching the wave on the top, because right now, I mean, it's getting very parabolic. So if you haven't taken anything off, I probably take a little bit off because it's getting pretty parabolic, and we could have like a little pop down. But I'm going to follow the wave. Well, I have no idea where it's going to go, Rick. Do I think it's going to go? I have no idea. I mean, the next high is. The next time the weekly chart is 5, so I mean that could easily block it. So I'm not, but that could easily block it right there. You see that purple line. So first things first. I mean, if it gets through 5, sure. There's our next high on the weekly is around 6. I really don't have to do too much today now, guys. I mean, with the iRobot, it's a great percentage move. We'll see you guys Monday. IQ, how long have you been in this room? Yes, IB is my broker. I've had IB for coming up either 9 or 10 years. I want to say 10 years in January. I used to have Quest Trade, but wow, even this, the gap down to reversal. So you can connect it. You can connect Quest Trade. I used to have it. Not to trade. I mean, you can, when I say connect, external linking, so that when you click on the symbol, it'll load in. Do to your order entry. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about trading using our charts and all. Okay, I don't care. Like I shouldn't, and the companies put a lot of money in it, but I don't care about trading from the charts and all that. I'm always going to trade from within my broker. So look at the CAPR, guys. Again, doing its thing. Nice little pop, and then the big drop. Yeah, I've taken some more off of the IRBT just because it's getting close to that number. Okay, that 5 number, and there is a high there. So I don't have much left. Okay, I do not have much left of the IRBT, and it has not yet transitioned. Let's go on a 1 minute chart to see if it is turned orange at all. I doubt it, but I might be wrong. No. So remember what I'm talking about. Like, if all of a sudden you start getting the wave turning orange, meaning the trend is starting to change. Yeah. So it's just that I think that 5 is a major stumbling block. Okay, let's see if anything else interesting for me. HPE, what a nice, yeah, nice. How about the Sophie? See, not so Sophie did not, but look at HPE. So this is a gap down in reverse. The alert was at 22.53, and we're at 22.78 right now. That's an earnings play. Sophie, though, 27.48. So, I mean, it might happen later. That's what I'm saying. It may happen later. So what I'll do is I'll put a price alert at that level and see maybe later on in the day it does it. Or maybe we get a gap down and go from it. I mean, it's a weak stock today, so maybe we get a gap down and go. All right, guys, 9:57. So I am now going to go over my homepage, and so stick around because I'm going to show you how you can have what you see on the screen. I'm sharing all that. So just give me a moment as I get my homepage link. Okay. Yes, there is. Okay, there is, Larry. So you see the heart here. See what I'm pointing at? There's a heart on the chart. Can you see what I'm pointing at? There's a heart on the chart. No. Do you see a chart? Can you see my charts? Okay. Can you not? Could you have a heart on your chart? Okay. So if you click on that heart, what happens is it gets added to a symbol list that we created for you automatically. Okay. And it'll look like this. And where is it? Barry Liz Personal. I think that's what it is. When you add an existing list, you should see something at the top. If you've never done this before, it might say, don't know. I mean, they've changed the name of this thing before several times. It might say personal list or what does it say? What is it? My liked. Thank you. Okay. My liked. Okay. My liked. I guess it's been saying that for a long time. So my liked, there it is. My liked personal. Okay. So there is a list up here that has been automatically created for you. Okay. But this is easier, Moan. Okay. I think this is what, but if you want to do on the fly, I think what you asked were on the fly to do it. Okay. Because all you have to do is click on the heart and then it. Now you might have to, if you see my liked, I think you have to click on it in this list here, click on it. And so it gets added over here. Just check to see if it's added in this list. You see how mine is, my like personal is here. Okay. So for your my like, you might just have to left click on it and then it gets loaded over here. It may already be here. I just can't. And as Pepe said, give it a minute to show up in this list. Okay. But once it does show up, what happens is when you click on a heart, it automatically gets added to that list. Okay. So you can take that list, like you obviously know how to use a watch list. Okay. And so you would just do something like this, right click, configure however you're going to monitor it, be it an alert window or a top list window. And you would just say all symbols, of course, you would say only the following list, and then just check it. Okay, check it, my like personal. And then that gets added to however you want to monitor it. And of course, you can take that symbol list and add it to as many as you want, and many top list windows or alert windows as you want. Okay. So that's on the fly because that's what you asked. You asked, is there a simple way on the fly to do something like that? And that's how you can do it. And then to get rid of it, if you don't like it anymore, it's just a toggle on and off. Okay. A toggle on and off. So when it's hearted, you obviously see it. And then you just unheart it and it takes a bit to disappear, but that's how you can do it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now here's the Sophie. Now the Sophie is right back up to that original alert price. I know I'm missing things here. I'm missing. It doesn't bother me too much because the iRobot sort of made my day. But there are some ones in here that I'm sure I could have traded. All right, on my homepage. Let's start again. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. 15% of all the plans we've got, be it standard monthly or annual, or premium monthly or annual. And remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, you're getting 15% off the first month only. And after that, it'll go to the full price. Okay. All I ask is that if you do take out a subscription at some point, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating two rooms, a YouTube room and what I call the main room. For those of you in YouTube, here is what I call it's called the trading room. A lot more action in here. Action meaning a lot more interaction amongst traders. Okay. You can stay in YouTube if you want. But if you're looking for a little more action between traders or among traders, you can come into the trading room. It's free also. Now, just to give you an idea, this trading room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I open YouTube at around 8:30, and I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. So why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so I'm not getting up at 3:45 Obi opens the room for us in the trading room at 6:45. Now, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, but I'll always stay later if there are questions. But if I do take off, it's sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. William in the trading room usually keeps the room open later. He's been keeping it this week till about 3:45. I don't know what his plans are today. There's not. Usually he keeps the room open because there's some after hours action in terms of earnings plays. But on Fridays, there's not that much action, so it's up to him. I mean, he may close. He may shut down when I leave. He may keep it open a little bit later, but we'll know. We'll find out. He says 3:30ish. Okay. Just give me a moment, okay? Unusual and IQ. I know you guys are asking me questions. Just let me get through all this. So the first thing to do if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas is the education section. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, you've taken out a subscription, scroll down a little bit. Education section is right here. You're getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? 12 short videos, mandatory that you do this first, okay? If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can start off with that second video and go to the last video. And that should give you an idea about whether or not it's the type of program you might want to at least try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. It's just a a monthly subscription is just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Back to basics. New to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, and they're all free. Okay, back to basics. And last, if you're looking for my scans or my information, and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, right. Before I do that, click on my homepage link. If you've clicked on my homepage link, keep scrolling down a little bit more, right at the bottom here. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Last, my information that I'm sharing. It's called custom scans, but they're not technically all scans. So this is what I'm sharing right now. Now, this is what you can actually see, the gap continuation or reversal. This is a scan. Pulse resumes is a scan. It's just more information telling you when stocks are halted and then when they resume. This is a scan. I mean, it's called a compare count window, but these are all real-time alerts that you're seeing here. The movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Okay. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. These are two races. I'm not running them, but if you want to run races, here are a couple of races you can take a look at. A large cap race, and then this is a wide open race, very volatile. And then here's the momentum scan. I don't have it up and running, and I'll have to whisper this. The Pepe combo scan. I don't have it up and running, but doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm just wanting to concentrate on these two, but especially this one for me generating ideas for me to trade all day long. Okay. You don't want to get so overwhelmed having so many alert windows, so many top list windows, firing alerts at you all day long, and you're clicking like mad and getting nothing done. And will you miss certain things? Yes. Okay. But it's a lot better, in my opinion, to just find something that you really have a little bit more confidence in and stick with it. So you can ask me questions about the scans or anything else about Trade Ideas. This is it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. Oh, so look at Sophie now. So this is this time and sales. Okay. Unusual Tech. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. That's what I call it anyway. It's definitely time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This window. This other one, I don't know what it is. That one that you're showing. This is what look, I profess. have had the program almost 10 years. I haven't made a single change to it in 10 years. Okay. So this is Time and Sales Interactive Brokers. Now, as far as linking with Questrade, as far as I remember, tools, external linking. If I wanted to, well, I'm going to let's see, make sure I can do this. Yeah, okay. I'm going to edit this link. I'm not going to edit it, but if I edited the link and I go down to that rule, okay, you see here, there's one of them is Questrade, I believe. If it's not Questrade, Disnat. Disnat is the same. Okay. Disnat was the same idea of linking. Okay. So you can try Disnat. But I cannot show you exactly if they've made any changes. Understand that the brokers don't care if we can link to them. They really don't. They don't care at all. It's because they can change things on their end. And it's not like we can call them up and say, hey, guys, you've changed something. Can you help us getting our program linked to you again? They go, what? So a lot of it is trial and error. Yeah, so just follow those rules. Add the link. Hover. I would put in the order entry in Questrade. Hit the shift key down, and then that should establish the link. And you might have to go to the rule of Disnat or not. I don't know. It's so long ago. I mean, I haven't had Questrade. Well, you have to establish the link first. You have to add the link first, IQ, and then the box pops up, and then that rule will be you'll be able to take a look at the rule. Okay, this is only it's the external link. The edit the link, and then is only once you've established the link, then you pick the rule. Okay. So you have to establish the link first. Try to establish it first. Follow the instructions. It may work immediately. You may not have to go to that rule. Only all you can do is click on a symbol then and see if it loads. Okay. It's a lot of it can be trial and error. We don't but I know when I had Disnat first and then Questrade later, I was able to link. Well, I know I'm missing a lot of stuff. Look at the hype. I know the hype is beautiful one from 2253. See how nice, look at the wave, guys. Look how nice that wave is. Check it on a smaller time frame though, Rick. Okay, that's what I do. I don't know what time frame you're using. Yeah, but if you the minute this would start to happen, the minute this happens, that's when I would go to a 1 minute chart, okay? Just to see, I'm 100% sure it's going to be orange. Yeah, you see? So that's what I do. I mean, I look at the two, and I'm basically looking at the two, of course, for to follow it. But the minute we start getting a little downturn, I'm not, like I'm not going to be crazy and just, well, I got to wait for that to turn orange before I get out of the trade. This allowed me to stay in the trade, but when it starts to curl, then I would take a look at a lower time frame, in this case, a 1 minute chart. And remember, I'm always amazed. I don't get enough questions about how to get the. Maybe everybody in the room has who has trade ideas and just our standard service. Maybe you all have the wave. You know how to add it to your charts. I really think it's a wonderful visual aid. That's all. It's an aid. Okay, it's not the be all and the end all, but it's a nice for me. It has worked out to be a tremendous visual aid, helping me keep in trades way longer than I ever used to. It's called TradeWave. So in order to get it on your chart, okay, if you want it, how to get it on your trade ideas charts, of course. I'm going to demonstrate it on the daily chart because you notice it's not there. You can see here's the orange wave, orange. There's no wave on this chart. So the first thing you do is right click on the chart, and if use browser interface is not checked, then check it. If it's checked, don't uncheck it because it's a toggle on and off. So if use browser interface is already checked, then just leave it alone. But I'm going to check it. Okay. When you do that, you should have an icon on the chart. Not when I talk about indicator, I don't mean this one, indicators down here. I'm talking about on the chart, there's an indicator icon. And it's to the left of the anchor. And if you check it, if you now if you don't see it, if you don't see any of these icons, it's because your chart is too small. Okay, I'm just talking in general. I'm not talking necessarily to you, Luis. So for instance, if I do this to that chart, see how they all disappear. Okay, so the chart has to be a certain size for you to be able to see these indicators. So click on that that indicator right there, that icon that's called indicators. When you click on it, TradeWave is one of the options. You click on TradeWave, and that'll start the wave on the chart. Now, for those of you who don't have that on maybe an earlier edition of Trade Ideas, I mean, I would hope that you should be on this edition, but you might have something that says FX, okay, FX, instead of this indicator icon. If you have something that says FX, then click on that, and you'll see the option to enact the trade wave. Okay. And then how to, I mean, I just use it like a guide. Okay, how to follow the wave. I mean, you're going to see, you don't like this is very choppy. This is not ideal unless this continues down like this. No, it's not really like the VWAP. It's crosses of SMA and EMA crosses. You can control it. There. Look at WHLR now. If you want an explanation about it, because I mean, maybe it's not for you. That's fine, or anybody else. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on Docked Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar, not Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar. And where it says Ripster Rippers, click on that. And there's going to be a video that pops up. Now, this came up on my other monitor, and it should load immediately. This is going to give you an idea about what this is all about. Okay. Now, if you don't see it, It's possible it's underneath. You know, depends how many monitors you got, but it's possible the video is underneath the channel. You can just close down the channel and you should see it. But this is what it's all about. Okay, so you can take a look at that. You can take a look at it. And I haven't changed any of the options. I mean, there are all sorts of options. Oh, sorry, if I click on this, and if I see over here, there's so right beside TradeWave, if I click on these little icons here are all the options you've got. I haven't changed anything. I just left it, whatever the default has been. It's about, this is a fast EMA, slow EMA, crosses, et cetera, et cetera. But if you're really into this stuff and you understand, like I don't even profess to know how this works. Okay. I've never been somebody who uses EMA and SMAs and crosses and all that. All I know is that for me, it's a nice visual aid. So I don't try to, get into the weeds of it all. Guys, I mean, I want to just keep hammering this point home. I use it like a watch list. Okay, I use this like a watch list. Sure, I obviously want to see the alerts in real time as they come. But remember, I was talking about Sophie. Okay, Sophie at the time of the alert, I was at 9:45. 27:48 was the alert. Okay, let's see what happened. I know what happened, but that little blue arrow right there is the time of the alert. That's all that blue arrow means. But look what happened. And that was at 27:48. Yeah, it popped a couple of pennies, but look what happened. It came down. And what did I say? I said, well, I'm going to put a price alert here at the original alert price, 27.47. Look what happened. Now, I'm not in it. I mean, if I could spend a lot more time just devoting myself to this and not having to do anything else, I almost 100% would I be in this one. Okay, but that's how I use this. The fact that it didn't work the very first time doesn't mean I just sort of say, okay, I guess it's not going to work for the rest of the day. And now you're going to see Sophie over and over and over again and maybe drive myself nuts. Ooh, IMTX. Now let's take a look at this one. This is a potential short, 998. See, I won't take it. Why won't I take this short? Okay, even though it's showing up here. Look left, and the next low is 976. That's too close for me. Now, if somehow it does take, that out. So I'll put a price alert around 980, see if it gets close, because then the next low looking left is almost 9 on the daily chart. So now, for me, it becomes a lot. If the next low looking left had been 9 instead of this 980, I would probably, what I'd be doing, I'd be watching to see how well it gets underneath 10. So, to 980 or so. Because I like to see it clear 10, but I won't do it. I won't take the trade because that 980 could act as a bit of support. And again, with the wave, you notice that now the wave can change colors depending on what time frame you're using. We already talked about the iRobot. See, I mean, it is still blue, okay? But at this little downturn there, if you hadn't been out of anything, this is where I would have started to take some off because on that little downturn there. Now, you could keep on with this, I mean, it's possible that this will hold, but you can also sort of get a better idea. Is it really trending differently? And go to the 1 minute chart and you're going to see a little bit of orange. Not horrible. I mean, it's still kind of flat, a little bit of a trend down, but it's not like it's a massive drop yet. So you could still be in, I'm not, okay, I'm done. But you could still be in this trade, assuming you've taken some off in this area and just waiting to see if this could hold and maybe move again. This has been the beauty of the wave for me. In the old days, I'd be I am out of everything, but so I'm sort of contradicting myself a little bit more because I'm doing a few other things. Okay, so I cannot just stare at this like I would like to. Now, what I do find is that the wave works a lot better. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't work for these smaller ones, but because the smaller ones can be a lot more volatile. Because what I don't like to see is things like this one like WHLR. Yes, the wave is down, but look how parabolic it's gone down. You see how it's like the bottom of that bar is so far away from the top of the wave. Now, it might only be pennies, but no, I mean that's 20 cents. Much better that it hugs it on the way down or on the way up, so it doesn't get so parabolic. Because the minute it starts getting parabolic, you're going to get people saying, "Oh, I better get out." But I find that the more expensive ones, the higher floats. Now, I'm not saying this was perfect because now it all depends on the time frame. Again, the 2 minute. I mean, it did try to penetrate, underneath the bottom of the wave. Much better if it just sort of hugs it, and just and the bottom of the bars just keep sort of in touch with the top of the wave. That'd be ideal. I don't know. That's Dan's. Okay. I mean, I don't know what that one. What he's using that one for. Okay. I mean, we all have different. I mean, I'm just. I've got my set of filters that I'm using. It's the same idea, though. I guess. I mean, you're looking at. I mean, right now the sentiment. No, it's not the naming. Definitely not the naming. Every compare count window. This is called the compare count window. Has This is what I'm using for the green data, the positive data. This is what I'm using. I have no idea what he's using. Okay, I'm looking for stocks between 2 and 50. The current volume is at least 300,000 shares, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, I have no idea what you can do the same thing and see what he's using. And that's for the ones on the upside, and the ones for the downside will just be the reverse of this, making new lows and down at least 2% from yesterday's close. It's just taking two scans and running them off against each other. You see, now these are the new lows and down at least 2%. So I don't know what he's using. And that's the beauty of trade ideas. I mean, you can customize the scans to see the stuff you want to see, within reason. I mean, And I say within reason because you have to work with what we have. So if I right click configure on an alert window and I do a search at the very top here, these are all the real time alerts that we've got. Okay, new high, new low. But if I scroll down, all these icons are all real time alerts that we've got. And when I get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Now, I used to go over this every day. Okay, but I think people would look at this. A lot of people were looking at this, and even though I would keep pleading with them to listen to me, you don't have to learn all this. Okay. The only reason we have so many different ones is because when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters that for the majority of our customers, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Now, are there things missing that some of you might want? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. But the other thing is you don't have to learn them all. Okay. I mean, if you have any experience trading, what I would do is I would, scroll down. Oh, I know what that means. Oh, I know what that means. I'll try that and that. And you can create your own scans with what we've got. For the most part, for the most of our customers, that's plenty. Or you can take scans from me, or you can take and all the scans that I've got, you can always modify them, of course. Modifying them, meaning maybe you don't like the price range I'm using in my scan. Maybe you don't like the minimum volume that I've got. Maybe there's something else you don't like. Maybe you want to make some alterations. Maybe you want to add a filter, or maybe you want to take out one of the filters I've got. I mean, what I use, I'm not trying to force what I use onto you guys. Looks like Sentinel is a gap down. This is an earnings play. All right. Earnings play for Sentinel. We have room to 1551 or so, at least, I think, for Sentinel S. And, as long as the market keeps doing this, it's going to be a lot easier to play gap down and reversals. A lot easier. Now, Sentinel is in there. Now, the only thing I would say is that it's probably easier to play gap down and reversals playing a stock that kind of moved down on really no news. It didn't have earnings. There was no catastrophic. There was no catalyst for it to move down. It just kind of moved down because. So here's the Sentinel. So the original alert was at 1528. See, like Sophie moved down. It wasn't an earnings play. It just moved down, profit taking or something. Maybe they did have some news. I don't see the news for Sophie. If yeah, okay. So they're looking to sell 1.5 billion dollars of common shares. Okay, they're trying to raise money, I guess. So that was the news. So, but it's recovering from that. Ah, so the CFO is being replaced at Sentinel also. So that's not good news. So even though it's had a little bit of a bounce, it's not great news, obviously. coupled with a poor reception to its earnings play. Meanwhile, I haven't looked at this one, SMX. There's no way I'm trading it, but for entertainment purposes, unbelievable. This actually hit almost 500 in the pre-market, 480, I think, something like that in the pre-market. SMX. Did you sell your 1,000 shares yet, William? I think you said you had 1,000 shares of it. Good for you. Chuckle, chuckle. I don't think my guess is that that does not trade options. Yeah, no options. So you couldn't, if you wanted to, to try to take advantage of. No, no, no. He's kidding. He's kidding, Rick. He's kidding. I'm just kidding him. You mentioned this morning. When should I sell my 1,000 shares? He's just kidding. It was a joke. Yes. Well, a couple of nice ones from our AI guys. Even the WRB. I'm gonna have to check. This is not an earnings play. WRB is not an earnings play. Down for some reason. It said that Mitsui Sumitomo Insurance acquires a 12.5% stake in it. Was that today? Yeah. So for whatever reason, that is causing the stock to be weak. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I hope you've taken some off, Rick, though. You remember it got very close to that 5 level, which was the next area of resistance based on the chart. So hopefully you would have taken some off in that level. Okay. You guys have been talking about Nutanix, I thought Netflix, but Nutanix. What a disaster! It was an earnings disaster, guys. But it had already been in a downtrend. Well, in all fairness to Goldman Sachs, if you had taken it right when they said to take it, you would have definitely would have made some good money. Because I think they talked about that when it was around $17, and so it did get up to 83. So for most people, I'm not saying you would have got out right at the top, but if you took a stock and held it for 10 years and went from 17 to say 70, and it's not 10 years yet. I think that was 2018. So now you know what I'm waiting for. Actually, I'm waiting for to see if S turns into a gap down and go. Give me one moment, please. Oh, I had myself on mute. Sorry. So, what time frame are you using for WRB in terms of the trade wave? I see it's just turning blue on the 2 minute, and then your VWAP is up here at 66.44. It hasn't turned blue, but you can see how it's curling, and that's really hugging it. Oh, you actually are okay. I see. So you're on it too, and you see the buy. Yeah, as I've explained it many times to everybody, it's not so much I see the buy wave or the buy flag. It helps, of course, if you see it, but it's more about if I'm in a trade. See, what have I taken the short right here? I didn't see the sell flag, but have I taken the short right here of it? For whatever reason, it showed up on my scan, and I say, okay, now ride the wave. Ride the wave. So it wasn't a matter of seeing a sell flag early, but looks good. Looks good so far. I mean, there's your VWAP. So 66, 66.58. Yes, call it 66.50. That's the VWAP. So it's getting close. Well, when you say a cover, I mean it's just a transition. It's just a transition. Had you been short here, sure, it's a transition now, a suggestion now to go long. To me, it's just a transition. The wave was weak, weak, weak. Now it's transitioning a little. That's all. Ah, this was a beauty. Nah, but it wasn't shortable for me. Okay, SNCA. So SNCE. Not going to beat myself up. This was a nice gap up and reversal play. Another new low there, but the original alert, if you had shorts, was right here, 1125. So at 1075, nice move. So for me also, Rick, just, my general statement, stocks under $5, shortable, not sortable, shortable, unless you just misprint. Well, because Interactive Brokers tells me if shares are available for me to short. This tells me this. I mean, you don't see the symbol, but it is the. See if I go HPE, click on HPE, it tells me there are 20 million shares available. Okay, and that's from Interactive Brokers. I don't have any thoughts on Alpaca. I mean, I know we're working with them, but I can't use Alpaca. It's not in Canada, I don't believe anyway. And I'm not going to switch from IB, but I have no. I mean, Alpaca is something that I know we're working with. So you committed $28,000, Dan, to SMX yesterday. Well, but you do know that could have just gone right back down to $20. Somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, that could have just as easily. I mean, that was a wild a risk you took. But good for you. So what I don't know if I got interrupted, but so Rick, I consider the 50-cent level for stocks under five kind of an important level also. Just like the whole number. So I mean, it hasn't. If you're looking at a five or a two. I can't remember. See, now it is transitioning. I mean, I know what I'd be doing. Oh, cool. Okay, thank you, Dan, in our YouTube room. Okay, please listen carefully, IQ. Okay, I know I went over it earlier, so please listen carefully. And anybody else, okay, who wants the don't repeat version of this, okay? So first thing you do, right click on it and duplicate it. Because I'm assuming you still want this. I want this still. So you don't want to overwrite it. So I want to duplicate the window. Right click, duplicate. Okay. So now I've got a duplicate. Next step, right click, go down to properties, box pops up, go down to don't repeat, little box pops up, check the don't repeat symbol for the window. And here you have some time frames to pick from. You don't want to. So you see how Sensi is over and over again every time it's making a new low. Well, you could say, well, I don't want to see it. Show me every 5 minutes if it makes a new low. It's not delayed. Okay, these are real time, even if you use. But what I'm using here is for a day. So I only want to see the alert the very first time it happens, and then use it as like a watch list. Okay, so for a day, click OK, and now the only thing I would do is maybe go down here again, right click, go to properties, and then window name. Maybe add something to it so you know it's a don't repeat version. Though it's pretty obvious, but DR or something like that. And remember, when you do this, when you take my scans, you will not see everything. I mean, this starts rolling for me at 9:45, and that's by design. Okay, that is by design. You don't if you don't if you wanna see these things working at 9:30, you can do it. I'm just gonna warn you, you're gonna get inundated with alerts. Stocks will up, down, up, down, up, down in the first 15. Not that they're totally settled after 15, but, you'll go crazy with all the alerts you'll get. So that's why I have put a delay on it for 15 minutes, and so if you take this one, the delay is there. Not a real time, not a 15-minute delay in terms of getting the like, a real-time alert. Just, it's like the AI. Our AI does not start working until at least 9:40. So you can see the first one's 9:41, 9:42, etc. Okay? Does not start working until 9:40. Again, by design. Give me a moment, guys. Just checking some emails and things. Now that William told me about the CFO leaving, about the S, I'm certainly going to get interested in a potential short on this. There's the VWAP, holding onto the VWAP. We put a price alert around 1490. The low of the day was 1448. This is a cheap earnings play also, guys. Wow. I mean, look at this one. This could be, believe it or not, a continuing all dayer. Look how beautiful this is. SFIX, Stitch Fix, earnings play. The high on the monthly chart is up here around 6. On the weekly chart, probably the same, around 6. So there is some room for this one to keep moving if it wants to. It's been very steady. Victoria's Secret, VSCO. Let me take a look at this one. It's breaking down through a whole number of 49, I believe. Sorry, 48. Okay, underneath the VWAP. Give me a moment, guys. I want to get this. Whoops. And I'm going to put myself on mute just for a minute here. All right, guys. Well, VSCO, yes. Meeting all my requirements. Underneath the VWAP, underneath that whole number. Well, I took the short you heard me talking about it. I just said, look at it met all the requirements I like underneath the whole number, underneath the VWAP, the sell. Well, it's not so much the sell flag, but the trend was turning. It's an earnings play, but so I don't know what's next. But what I'd like to see is that the wave catches up a little bit. Oh boy, that turned out really. You never know. You never, and also, of course, the fact that the next low was way down here. Okay, I have covered some only because it's getting close to the whole number. Okay, only because it's getting close to the whole number. Now I can try to hold on a bit, and I just want that weight. See, it's gone too parabolic. Remember, I like to see the top of the bars touching the bottom of the wave. But you see how it's moving away, meaning I mean, it's great. When you're in something like this and it does that for you. But whew, okay, PSN, my type of short. Let's take a look at PSN. I know you were talking about it. I think I saw it in the pre-market even. Yeah, so it is certainly, yeah, a little too extended for me now. I mean, look at you see this, if I'd seen it up here doing the same, virtually the same thing, breaking the whole number, the wave turning orange underneath the VWAP. What does that remind you of? It should remind you of the Victoria's Secret. So, Rick, I hope you're out of your iRobot now. You took some off near the 5 level, and then maybe a little underneath 450. I probably would have taken it off earlier because it was starting to curl too much. Um, oh, you did? Okay. Well, now, why did I see Victoria's Secret? The only reason I saw it, luckily, is because it's not showing up here. It's not showing up anywhere for me, really. It's just that I had it thumbnailed on my other monitor. I had a chart thumbnailed on my other monitor, and I happened to took a little look left, and on my other monitor, I've got two monitors, three monitors, sorry, three monitors, and I looked left, and I had that one thumbnailed. So that's lucky. Otherwise, I'm not seeing it. It's not a reversal. It's not in my gap scan. I don't even think it would be showing up here. Well, it wouldn't be showing up here. Now that it's gone negative, it's possible. And again, a thumbnail chart, just some people don't know what I mean. Just a small, like this could be in theory a thumbnail chart. So imagine I have this chart over here on my other monitor. I just make them a little bit smaller. Doesn't take up a lot of space. SMX. TGL is halted or resumed, sorry. Resumed. Boy, I haven't seen X curve for a while. Okay, so that's halted on the way down. Incredible. Still not at the pre-market high. Take a look at the pre-market high. Let me go to a 15-minute chart, 30-minute chart. There's your, oh, it is. It's above the pre-market high. Wow, 449. I thought it was closer to 500. So yeah, there you go. Here's your pre-market high. Wow, look at Victoria's Secret. Really, really, now that it went negative. Wow. Entertainment purposes only, guys. I mean, look at the spread, 462, 473, a 1 million in the float. And maybe this will challenge 508 million or 509,000. Maybe that's all it was. All it was. You, Ryan, I think you've got Centerpoint, right? Or don't you have Centerpoint or one of those guys, one of those brokers that specializes in having shorts for virtually any Schwab? Schwab? No, it's got nothing to do with the float. Is well, I mean, it's just that I it's a complete guess, or in my opinion. I mean, where are you going to put a stop? I took this one right here. Where I'm going to put a stop? 300. I mean, even earlier though. I mean, it's just one of these real pump schemes. I mean, they pump out all these press releases, and I mean, I could have traded it in this area perhaps, but it's no, it's got nothing to do with the float. It's just that because of the float, this is what's happening. Really, Schwab has shorts available for SMX. So it looks like, so this is how I'm supposed to read it, right, William? If I wanted to short 100 shares of this, it would cost me $106. Is that a nice, quick way of looking at it? Okay, guys. Well, let's see. Where can this thing keep going? Victoria's Secret. Oh, I thought, oh my goodness, it's turned on a two, but that's my 30-minute chart. Well, it's hard to know. Unusual. What I've done. What you're doing on something like that is you're taking a flyer on it. Okay, in my opinion, you're just sort of you maybe take just a few shares, and if you lose your completely lose your money, well, I mean, you have some kind of a stop in, I guess, but You wouldn't take very many shares. It's just like a lotto pick. That's all I call it, a lotto pick. How about PBR? William, PBR? Yeah, PBR is falling also. Yeah, it just went negative. All right, guys, 11:07. So it's Friday today. Yeah, it is Friday today. So it should be Andy. Might have already told me. Yeah, Andy will be in our YouTube room taking over for me at in about a little less than an hour from now, between 12 and 1 Eastern time. I'll be taking a break. Come back at 1 o'clock, hang around for another hour or so, and then take off, unless you have questions. Okay, so the buy and sell buttons, and which I don't use. Okay, Rhonda, but okay, I'll let's see if I can activate them. Give me a moment. Is that all I've got now? Okay. So I still think this is okay. Right click. I just want to say strategy. Hmm. Man, have they changed this? Oh well, WebView I don't think is going to work at all. Why are you in the web? If you run it, just out of curiosity, why you're not on the downloadable application? Just out of curiosity. Okay. Phew. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about the web view. I can tell you here, this is what Brokers Plus looks like. Okay. So you would paper trading, connect it. Okay. And then these are you assign one long strategy and one short strategy to the buy and sell. And that's what's happened here. When you right click on the chart, yeah, this is browser interface, but that's not the that's not the. Oh, I see. You're talking about the chart. I'm sorry. I thought you meant you're using our trade scope or something, market scope. Okay. Yeah. So you have to do this, but it's sort of the default now because I can see what they've done. These are a couple of default strategies. If you go to the strategies tab, And if you right click on it, sorry, you right click on it in the body. Sorry, right click. No, right click on this, and you see it says default chart long strategy. That must be checked. That'll get your buy. That'll get your buy button enabled. See if I uncheck it. See how the buy button is now grayed out. But I think that's the default now to have one of them on the buy. You can see why I don't use it. I mean, sorry, but there it is again. So now I've clicked that. The sell is there's a short. Okay, if I uncheck it, watch what happens to the sell. If I uncheck it, the sell grays out. I'll check it again. Set as default short strategy. So you could have your own strategies in here and set one of them as a buy and one of them as a sell. Okay. So as long as this is, as long as you have this clickable, then you should be able to use it if you want. Okay. So what then what's the question then really? You can click the buy button and whatever the strategy is assigned to the buy button, this one, but you've got to edit. It's very complicated. Okay. You got to edit your trading strategy, order details, when do you want to, all this. Is it different for the browser charts? Okay. See, things I just don't know. I don't use it at all. I'm sorry. Any particular reason why you want to use the buy and sell buttons as opposed to just manually doing it in your, just out of curiosity? Okay. Okay. You can use Barry 15. Okay. All right. This is somebody wants to sign up today. So you can use Barry 15 as your code. Okay. And here's my homepage, Tesla. So you go to my homepage, go to my homepage, and then you'll see at the very top, you'll see the code, and you can pick the subscription you want, which is better. Okay, you are absolutely right. I should know this. Guys, I'm just watching VSCO just cascading its way down. Wow, this is a nice, way better than I thought it would be. Ah, you're right. You are okay. Display the buy and sell buttons. Yes. Okay. And then enable trader entry. Okay. The little box didn't show up. I've got a bug in this or something. I don't know because this should be. Hmm. Oh, for whatever reason, it came down here. Why did it do it in here in the daily chart? Oh, I'm, I'll always trade from within my broker. Yeah, I just, for whatever reason, I can't get that little, it all happened on the daily chart, but I'm sure there's a reason. No, I mean, I'm in paper trade too in theory, but, if you're getting it now, you at least you've got the box popping up, and now you can, practice trading using that, I guess. What determines whether a stock will split or not? Typically, a stock will do a reverse split. Stocks that are under $1, okay, because they're trying to maintain a Nasdaq listing. One of the rules of maintaining a Nasdaq listing, your stock has to be over $1. There are other rules, okay, but that's when you usually see a stock doing some kind of a horrific reverse split in order to get their stock over $1. Okay. Well, what's it has been done. Usually you can tell. I mean, it's a you can see news on it, of course, the day of, but many times that a stock has done many reverse splits when you look at the float. Look at the SMX. I mean, there's no way there's a float of 1 million is ridiculous. They're so low. Okay. But some of the ones we see are like 500 million or 500,000. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah. So I mean, you can't. I mean, you could have to go back in time to see when the last reverse split was. You could do a search on this company, I suppose, or maybe see the news go way back. You might be able to see all the reverse splits they did. It was a great run for Victoria's Secret, guys. Sometimes, I'm going to tell you, dumb luck. Sometimes just dumb luck. And my dumb luck is the fact that for whatever reason, this morning, I mean, I talked about Victoria's Secret. No, it was an earnings play. And for some reason, I said, okay, why don't I just thumbnail that one? Thumbnailing, I mean, I have a little chart of Victoria's Secret on my other monitor. Had I not done that, I never would have seen this because it's not showing up anywhere else. So again, dumb luck. Are you talking about SMX? No, I mean, that's not normal. I mean, it's for these wild and crazy ones though, yeah, I mean, the brokers will really, charge a nominal leg, I guess, if you have shorts available. But, Victoria's I mean, what's not even an issue. Most of the time, it's most of the especially well, okay, let's take a look at, I'll look at Apple, just out of curiosity. I mean, here, I mean, it's non-existent, 0.35. I mean, it's just not doesn't doesn't, mean anything. It has no bearing on whether or not you're gonna short it or not. I mean, for me, the interesting thing, well, Victoria's Secret, of course, I don't know if it's really following the market that much, but it's an earnings play. And so maybe the more interesting thing is, well, why was it up? Why was it up in the first place? because now we've gone negative. Uh, so like, why was it up? Up to $50, 51, 50, 30. I mean, it was very positive. Oh, you are right. I don't know what's wrong with me. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. It was another stock that went negative. It might have been these. It was another stock. You're absolutely right. It's still up 11%. But what a fade. Now there are websites. In fact, that website that we go to that shows the dilution or the dilution tracker. They also there are websites out there that will, but I think that one also will list upcoming stock splits. Okay, not that it makes a big difference to me. I mean, it splits, it splits. It's what happens afterwards. You can always tell when a stock is on a split by looking at the float. Usually, now Costco is looking to do a forward split. And the reason they'll do it is they want to try to get their stock cheaper, I guess, to attract more retail business, I guess. And then I think I read that they're looking maybe to do a forward split. So what will happen is the shares will increase. The price will, let's say you do a 2 to 1, or 1 for 2. So if they did it at, 8, 900, so the new share price would be 450, but the float and the shares outstanding would double. So remember, you just multiply the new share amount by the new price, and you'll get the same market cap. Uh, Sorry about that. I am on mute. You're right. Ooh, how long have I been on mute? I was trying to short set. Well, now it's actually popped. Was I on mute when I was saying that I could not get this short on Sentinel because of the uptick rule? No, maybe that's going to be a good thing. I was trying to get it at 1491 and 1490. Nah, not since 1020. Well, it depends on your time zone. Now, maybe I'll have to try again. So that uptick rule again, if the stock's down more than 10%, even though there's tons of shares available, 14 million at Interactive Brokers on the short side for S. I went in at 1490, 1491. I might try it again. And it was hanging right at the bid. I was trying to get it and it just would not fill me. And because I guess some action has to happen at 1491 and then come back to 1490. Well, the first thing you've got to do, Tesla, TSLA, is first thing you must do, mandatory, is look at the videos if you haven't already. That'll get you started, okay? And afterwards, we can talk a little bit about it. I mean, teaching, it all depends on your trading style, of course, also. But let me, so if you click on my homepage link, now and you scroll down and you go to the education section, click on the more info, scroll down a little bit more. So if you haven't done this already, the getting started with trade ideas, mandatory you do this. 12 videos, okay? That will get you started. Because if if you're looking at all this, well, how do you create an alert window? How do you create a multi-strategy window? How do I create a top list? You have to do all of this, spend a little time to just understand a little bit about the program. And it's not going to take you long. And again, for those of you who are wondering about the program, you can start off with the second one and go to the end. That should give you a decent idea about what the capabilities of the program is or are. So is that Central Time Zone, Rick? It must be Central, right? It's 11:34:36 Eastern Time. Always talk in terms of Eastern Time, guys. I'm on the West Coast, but I talk in terms of Eastern Time. I remember that. I remember that list, Sophie Sten. And I talked about Sophie and Reddit, and I remember and Affirm. All depends on which one. I'm surprised Zoom is on the list. Sober. Haven't seen this one for a while. This crazy little one. Many, many reverse splits also. Shoot, I missed my DNA. Well, SMX is halted. Okay, so there's the halt price at 430. So you don't know what the spread is really. Okay, it's halted right now. So trying to give you a bit of a clue where it could open. I mean, there's no, but the spread would never be 130. It'd be a wild spread, but I don't think it'd ever be $130. And it's just because of the float, a million in the float. I mean, it's yeah. CHPT had a very nice dollar move. Very nice. Even SWB. I mean, there's some pretty good ones. Yeah. So I don't know what you're looking at. All I can do is look at Interactive Brokers, and this is what it's telling me. Halted at 430. Maybe the open in this area, but it's halted right now. So there's no real official spread, I guess. Should be in the DNA. I mean, this could be the late dayer, okay? I mean, this is WHLR. It's been amazingly active in the past. You can see, didn't know it did not get up to $105,000, but I mean, this has been had some crazy, crazy moves intraday for the WHLR. Okay, guys, that turfed me out of the Victoria's Secret. Okay, just again watching it on my other monitor. So you see a little buy flag showed up right there, a little curling action. So that got me out. So now I may reshort it later on if this fails, but I'm out of the Victoria's Secret now. And that's what CHPT, even showing up here. Whoa! I wish I'd seen this one earlier. I knew somebody might pick up on that. Poor phrasing of what I said. Man, that was a beautiful short. 41 down to 39. I don't think that showed up on my gapper. No, no kidding. Well, it's down 4,300. I mean, that's a mini, as you call it, a mini crash for Bitcoin. Cannot, yeah, look at this. Had a nice little, 3-day run, we'll call it. Little consolidation yesterday, but now down again. Yeah, $88,400 for Bitcoin, again, underneath 90. It all depends on what time frame you look at. I mean, look at the CHPT, 5 minute, all blue, blue, blue. But you look at a 2 minute, you had that little. So if you had not taken anything out of CHPT, here's where, when you start getting that little area there, that's where I would have taken some out. Okay, just to protect yourself. Not all, because it's not like it's a giant wave down, orange wave down. Not all, and then hang on, and then you'll be rewarded. And you can almost predict when that would have turned orange, because when that on the 5 minute, you can see how it's piercing below the wave. So even if you didn't have a 2 minute chart up, it almost predict that that was going to turn orange right here on a 2 minute chart. Oh, Duolingo. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Duolingo had a massive move down on earnings. Okay. Here's Duolingo, maybe flirting around with the 200 mark. This looks a little bit like your what was it, WRD or whatever you traded, William. A little down flag and then a little holding the VWAP, and a little buy flag showing up for Duolingo, but it's over the VWAP now. WRB. All right, I have to take a. I have the only reason I see it. I happen to have this one thumbnailed, not from today, but I think from yesterday. MBX. What's the volume like? Yeah, not very. Basically normal. Not a low float though. 32 million in the float. Not a low float. All right, guys, 11:47. So about a little over 10 minutes. I'll be taking a break. Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, well, in fact, before I take my break, one last, not one last, I'll do it sometime in the afternoon. But take a look at my homepage, the information you can find on my homepage, including scans, top lists, races, compare count windows that I'm sharing. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can get or using Barry 15, you'll get 15% off all the plans. All the plans meaning premium monthly, premium annual, standard annual. Remember, on the monthly plan, you'll only get the 15% on the first month only. And all I ask again is use my code. Using my code really helps to keep the two rooms free, the YouTube room and the main room. For those of you in YouTube, right here, the trading room. Company tracks the use of the codes, see my code being used enough. They'll say, yep, we'll keep it free. Okay, it's really that simple. Scroll down a little bit more, keep talking about simple, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Trade of the week, free. They're designed for longer term holds. So let's say you took out a subscription. The first thing you do is go down to the education section, click on the more info, scroll down a little bit, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. Mandatory, that's the first thing you do if you take out a subscription. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free series of videos, 15 of them for you if you're back to if you're new to trading. And last, looking for my scans or my information, click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, and here they are. Now you can change it to an annual, yeah, if you want to. But why do you want to do that so soon, though, Tesla? I mean, there's no. I mean, you can do it. I'm not going to stop you, but so all you would do is, I mean, if you're bound and determined to do it, you could, if you click on info at trade-ideas. No, don't click on it. You have to type it in. It's not clickable. Okay. And then give them the email that you use to sign up. Okay. So you've taken out a monthly, obviously. And then what they'll do is they'll just up you to annual and they'll give you the 15%. Okay. You have to give them the email that you use to sign up, though. Okay. So they can check your account. So here they are, guys. Now, just a word about changing anything on here. Okay. Not on here, but for instance, if you look at this scan here, this is a multi-strategy window. Okay. I'll just do this quickly because I'll be taking my break pretty soon. But if you wanted to change something, you see it says configure all and edit the selected. So in what you could do, you could change the price range. You know, I've only got 50 cents to $30. I thought I changed that earlier, but I guess I didn't. Here's my volume of 300,000 shares. Time of day, that's what I was talking about. I'm not going to get an alert until at least 15 minutes after 9:30. Okay. If you don't want that, you can take it out. You could add things. Maybe you only want to look at large cap stocks, so you put your float, maybe whatever you think or a minimum float is. I don't have anything with the float information here. So you can always, you can change all the scans at once if you want to, because there are 4 of them in here. You don't have to, but maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe you want something else. You can change them all at once just by edit all. It is over. Yes, it lasted about at least a week and a half. So it is over. The Black Friday discount. Um, just give me a moment. I'm gonna have to put my announcement in. It's 11:53, so I don't want to forget. Not gone yet. Just gonna wait for Andy to show up. So for those of you in the main room, if you want to head out to YouTube and listen to Andy for his hour, he's not there yet, but there's a link. So while I take my break, you can go over to YouTube and listen to Andy. Andy, as in Andy from Trade Ideas. And we all have different trading styles. Andy's kind of like a scavenger. He loves the. I mean, he's way more of a swing trader than I am. Way more. Which wouldn't take much, considering I'm not a swing trader at all. But he also, he likes to maybe find these little bottom fishing ones, and so you can always head over and listen to his ideas. This is crazy. Has anybody else tried to short Sentinel and get almost an instant fill? Try it again. Okay, now Rick, I hope you're out of the iRobot. I mean, that was a great percentage move for us. I hope you're out of it. I know you're thinking maybe you can get back to 5, but I mean, maybe you can always get it in later on if it gets close to 5 again and takes it out. Okay, guys, again, how is this a PS? Where do we get an alert for that one? Ugh, what an alert. Look at the alert we had for this one, the gap up and go at 9:48. Okay, the price was 12.23 for PCSC, and look at it now, 12.99. And there's Domo, gap down and go for Domo, and this is actually an earnings play. Now on a monthly chart, probably has a ton of room, 752. What about on a weekly chart? Can't see it on the weekly chart. So I mean, this has got this has got some room on the way down. I think also, even though I know it's down 22%, but and if you're wondering, well, why didn't it hit earlier? Because it didn't meet all the filter requirements. What it didn't hit earlier? I don't know. All right, guys. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. And let's say WHLR. You know what? Maybe put a price alert around 7. See later on in the day if it just powers through 7. TGL's been active. It's been up. It's been down. TGL. Looking at it right now. TGL. When I say up and down, I mean I saw this had an alert on the way down. Now a little one on the way up. Big day. Wow, big day. Like big day. Low of 6. I know I saw it in the pre-market, but I don't know why. I just sort of dismissed it. And yeah, look at that float, guys. I mean, these getting kind of more used to these. I mean, I remember when we first saw the one of the one a float under 1 million shares, and we couldn't believe it. That might be a year, or maybe even 2 years ago. Now now we see a lot of them. All right, just waiting for Andy to show up. Anytime now, 11:59. Normally, I hear a little pop in our YouTube room, and that lets me know he's in. And another one, guys. I mean, you can see lots of reverse splits. This stock was never at $1,500. Was there a little pop?
There was a little pop.
Okay, just give me a moment, Andy. I was talking, so I didn't hear it. Okay, guys, Andy Lindloff is in our YouTube room right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We will see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can officially welcome Mr. Andy Lindloff from Trade Ideas to our YouTube room. How are you today, my friend?
Doing good, Barry.
I'm sure you took 1,000 shares of SMX at around $6, right?
Let me see.
SMX.
SMX. Wow.
Wow. Isn't that
Good
insane?
Lord. What's
Yeah.
the float on 1 million in the float?
Yeah, 1 million in the float.
Oh gosh.
And they were pumping out about 20 I might be exaggerating a bit, but about 20 press releases a day.
Oh man.
And
Wow.
yeah, how
You know,
nonsensical is
you
that?
know this is going to have a sad ending for a lot of people, but
Oh, yeah, but most of
mhm.
us cannot short. Well, I shouldn't say that. Somebody said they had shorts available at Schwab, of all
Oh
people.
wow.
I had none at Interactive Brokers. Pretty decent charge for it, but if it moves 20 or $30, it wouldn't matter. But anyway, it's just that's under the category. I always just when you think you've seen it all again and it cannot possibly happen again, then you see something that happens again.
Oh
And
yeah.
that's the
Oh
you
yeah.
know
It's a never ending cycle. Yeah, for
it's a
sure.
never ending. Take a
Uh
look at our chart and see where, because it's on a million. Well, it's on many reverse splits, and see where how much it is reverse split adjusted. Probably in hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions.
Good Lord.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
I know. Hilarious,
Oh.
isn't it?
So what's the spread on this thing right now, Barry? About
Is it, let's see, is it opened? It is opened. Yeah, 387, 394. Which, if it's
oh
going to go
god.
at $50, that's not bad.
No, no.
Not bad. But
Mm,
anyway, I put it
yeah,
up there for people. That's entertainment purposes only.
sure, sure.
You know. Anyway,
Oh
I'll take
man.
my
All
break
right,
now.
Barry.
So we'll see you in about an hour.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. My name is Andy, and we will fire this open and ask if you have any questions. We got some Tesla asking some questions about. Oh, looks like subscription. Yeah, send those questions. I'm sure Barry looks like he got back to you on that when he dropped the email. That's the place to send it. But anyway, yeah, if you guys have any questions, fire away in the YouTube chat. I'll do my best to answer them. I'll always go over my trades with you. It's been a really good week, but let's see, today's kind of been up. I actually started down, got up, and now it's kind of hovering around break even. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, gold, man. I thought this new mine was going to be a really nice trade, but that move that you saw in gold was just nasty. Let me pull up GLD. Where's it at now? It's flat. Yeah, that was just breaks out to a monthly high and then just gets. Now it is kind of flagging right here to the downside actually, so this could go either way. But maybe you can get back up above that. But yeah, it's pretty much in no man's land. But Anyway, let me while we're waiting on any questions, or and also, guys, if you have any stocks you want me to look at, or any charts, just let me know. We'll talk about those as well. The Nano Nukes Quants AI taking a breather after yesterday for sure. That could change, but I see Oklo had a nice bounce off lows. Yeah, it looks like it's getting trapped. I could definitely see them these things closing like this today. Put in a lot of like a little spinning top, doji or whatever. Bitcoin's been having a hard time, and I came in a few riot today. Ended up getting out for a little loser in that one. I did buy the CLSK. I did like it down here on the uh, it was coming down here. You had a nice little ledge where it gapped up from, and this did have earnings recently. And plus, you had the 10-period moving average. Just thought I was bidding it at 1340, I believe. Couldn't get it, so I had to reach up and grab it at 60. But these things going to trade with Bitcoin. Kodak, I've been in for a very long time. Just got a little bit of that one left. Does look like it may want to attempt this high over here at some point in Kodak, but can be a weird. This day really was weird. I had a hard time staying in on that day, but just a weird trading stock. Now, if it gets through that level, well, let's go put it on the monthly real quick. Okay, now you got some. Yeah, it's kind of a mess, but could have a nice little pop there. Up to the like $11 range if we can get through that high. Not seeing anything really above that. So Kodak's one to old school Kodak's one to keep an eye on. Yeah, gold. The daily chart is correct. Is very strong still. It's look at that monthly. Gosh, it just but did not like the action today. We'll see. We'll see if it can regroup, get above this. Let's call it 1 hour high there. That could help. I still love the chart in Newmont. That's a beautiful wedge there. So I'm trying to stick with it. Uh, Actually, the trigger in the email that we send out, the Trader Eye email, was 92.90, and I think I even mentioned in my video that I have a tendency to cheat every now and then before it gets to that level. Well, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, I'm basically not down much on the trade right now, just a few cents from where my average price is. But we'll see. It's going to trade with gold, obviously. Path is one I told you guys on uh let's see, when was I in here? Tuesday, that I'd probably hold some of this into earnings. I did. Uh Scalped out some the first day, got a little bit left of the path. Pfizer, I just took a chance on this. I like that daily chart, but gosh, it's having a hard time getting through. That's another one I was trying to anticipate, and uh, may have to bail out of this one because if it doesn't get through there, it's still stuck in this range. RIVN, I've been in for a long time. RIVN, I think I've been in from right around here somewhere. I know. I can't tell. Maybe it was here, but I've been in it for a long time, taking some profits. Snap, I entered yesterday morning. I like the way it had earnings not too long ago, about 3 weeks ago. It did well, and then I like the way it kind of consolidated down here and then poked its head through. Did sell some of that, half of that today at the 50-period moving average. Uh, Tesla, I've been in for a while and not doing a lot with that. You can see I have taken some profits, but I'm going to try to stick with this one. And UUU was a nice trade from yesterday, but it's not working. Luckily, this is why I scalp, to see moves like this where they just cover it up. It's got a little bit, got, I think, about 1/7. Oh, and there's the riot alert, huh? Why in the heck? Oh, well, I got this Glasgow, maybe. a pull alert to maybe add if it can get through that 10 period moving average, which probably means Bitcoin is bouncing if it does. But and that's it. WRD. I've been in for a while. You can see my average entry price on this one was 811. So I've been in this one. I like the way I bought it after earnings, and I did sell some at the 50 here. But man, it looks like this thing wants to keep going. This did get a tier one. I'm trying to remember who it was. Upgrade to $12. Bank of America. Yeah, upgrade to $12 on probably this day right here. Gets through the 50, and then well, you got this downtrend. It's got a lot of work to do for that chart to actually be constructive, but hey, it's a good start. All right, so that is my trades. What's GDX doing? It looks very much like Newmont. Hey, net trade. I don't think it's probably a cold. It's probably just allergies. I feel fine, but what's? Oh, nice, man. Nice guy. Nice job, net trade. That's something else. Let's see. So you got in at 50.80. Uh, wow. That 50.80, you would have had to gone and done it before the breakout there above the 50 period moving average. So that's impressive. It looks like you had to hold that for a few days. That's nice. Clear out these, clean out my triggers here. Always good to clean those out every now and then. Yeah, market you know, I scalped out of some stuff today for sure. Something's bleeding on me. What is it? Oh, I forgot about this AEE. I tried this earlier and then I bought it off the 200 here at 99.82. So it may be short-lived if it can't hold this level, obviously. Oh, and Amazon, I forgot to talk about that one. I started nibbling on this one yesterday after it kind of broke through the 50. I was looking for a pullback and started nibbling on it, but up slightly in there. And Pfizer's is going to be Pfizer, be a dog here. But let's take a look at the averages. Now, we did have an all-time closing high in IWM. I'm assuming the indice did the same thing yesterday. I do not know for sure, but man, after this kind of move, you can almost kind of feel and expect this kind of action. So definitely been taking some profits and will probably take a little bit more heading into the weekend. Q's got a really kind of a tough level around the 627. If I zoom out. Yeah, not nothing major, but you do have kind of some topping tails right here. You got a bottom here, so you got about 4, and then you got these levels right here at 625. So kind of a resistance level there in the Qs, and you're seeing that today as it kind of poked through and it fell back down. Spiders probably look very similar to the Qs, and Spies actually tried to go to an all-time high today, and now it is flirting with going to a low. I mean, the only things that's, I mean, this UUU may just get cut right pretty quick. I mean, my entry is 1516. CCJ is kind of doing the same thing. UEC, not as bad in UEC. Yeah, that's a big percentage cut right there. Oh, Intel. I forgot to talk about Intel. Intel frustrated me yesterday. Okay, so if you guys don't remember, I called this Go Pause Go on the Trader Eye. It was the top pick in the Trader Eye, and then yesterday just slammed me because I started, trying to buy in at certain levels, and it didn't work. Pretty much closed on lows, got me out of a lot of it, so I had to. But not giving up on that one. It's still a very nice looking pattern. It could wait for this 10-period moving average to creep up underneath. I guess they decided not to spin off their networking division. Yes, net trade. I do sound like I have a cold. Let's see. Baidu's having a good day. Trader 77, you're back with your name. Your test is successful. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I didn't know who you was coming in here. Thought you were like Hans Gruber. By the way, that is a Christmas movie. Ah, still Hans for real. That's right. I forgot about that. That is your name. You're from Sweden. Yeah, big Swede. Yep. I think with Hans, you probably have more Swedish blood than you. I think I have about 70%. But my dad was full blood Swede, but I think my mom just may have a little bit of European blood in her. But do you ever go back over there? I'll keep this brief, everybody. But uh, I tell you, one note, keep an eye on. I mean, I know this has had a huge run. It's not something I want to chase, but been seeing a few of these cars around the Frisco, Texas area, and if you take a look here, oh, 2008, that's been a while. If you take a look here at the weekly, let's take a look at the weekly here. Now, this is, you know, something to pay attention to. I mean, this could be a bottoming formation. Uh, so if it, I don't plan. I plan on holding a little bit, and if it gets through, I can always play it differently. But that's, this is a chart that's been basing for a very, very long time, and they do have plenty of revenues. I don't know, they're probably still a couple of years away from being profitable, but that's something to pay attention to. This one you know, could be a long termer. And there you have the 200-day creeping down. So maybe it has a date with the 200 weekly moving average. Yeah, yeah, same here. I'm surprised how many I'm seeing. So it's like, yeah, maybe they're making some noise out there. I mean, obviously, Tesla's got to be, your leader in that area, I think. But hey, plenty of people out there. Okay, Mohammed, let's take a look. Rail freight cards. Let me put it on the daily real quick. The weekly is under pressure. You can see it's always good to look at multiple time frames, guys, when you're looking at these things too, because a lot of your long term, position traders, hedge funds, and things like that will they're looking at a long term picture. So always take a look at the you know at least the weekly. But let's switch this to the daily and get a look at the daily. Okay. It looks good. I like the fact that it's above, three critical moving averages. In my opinion, you got your 10 period moving average that's trying to cross through the 20. That's going to provide some support. If you have a pullback here, you got three major moving averages, the 10, the 20, and the 200, to act as support on this thing. So I do like that. Uh, it's kind of a float's not that doesn't do a whole lot of trading. That's for sure. It's only 42,000 shares. It looks like it's about average. Well, 100,000 is about average. It doesn't look bad. I mean, honestly, if it were to break, through this 10 period moving average, that would be, setting the stage for a visit back to 8. Uh, but typically, when you have something that breaks through, some critical moving averages and trades above there 3 or 4 days, that's a sign of strength. So hopefully, if you do get a pullback, you'll have some nice little support here around 820, 825 level. So not bad. Now, as far as it's funny they had earnings back over here, and so that's it's kind of a good sign that they based and now they're pushing back higher. So I definitely keep an eye for some really, around $9. If it gets above that $9 level, you could be, it could be real constructive then. Uh, Let me look at the other ones real quick. Hold on just one second. TSSI. TSSI, not so much. Now, TSSI, you had a gap down post earnings. Not sure what happened there because it looks like uh, I'm not sure if that was post market on that day and that was the gap down, but nonetheless, you can see this in just the opposite. Okay, you got your under all your moving average, even under your 10 period moving average right now. So if it can't hold this level, this low going back over here at 860, which it's flirting with right now, there's a good chance, this thing could, drop back down and test, the lows. Not very bullish on that one at all. I mean, the only thing I would say is you're kind of right in the middle of the channel today. So I would, but I don't like the fact that it's not holding its 10 period moving average. So not very bullish on that one. You definitely want to see this back above, the 10 level. Lucid. Kind of the same thing with that one. It's under pressure, although it is above the 10 period moving average. It's trying. Now, I would love to see it take out that 2-day high there. Maybe if it gets back above this 420 level, let's just call it 420. Let's call it around 430. You might get a nice bounce, up. But right now, you're in a downtrend. And you can see this thing has been in a downtrend now for a couple of months. And even after this earnings, it looks like it traded okay. But what you'd want to do is see this 10 period moving average hold it. It's been holding it, back over here. So you'd like to see that 10 period moving average hold it and then push it higher back through that 20. That would be nice. But right now, it's kind of a chancy stock. ARBE. Okay, this looks like a Israeli robotics company. Robotics had a move recently. If you look at ONS, it's pulling back with the whole sector right now. Uh, Not seeing a whole lot of revenues. Where is ONS doing? If you look at ONDS, it's kind of doing the same thing, pulling back today. I would like to see this thing, back above yesterday's high, kind of what I pointed out in that last stock. Although you are holding on to your 200-day moving average, and you do have some moving averages down here around 146. If it does break, that 140, I call it the 140 level, I'd be real careful with it because good chance it's going to go test these lows again. But trying to hold on to some moving averages. So as long as it's doing that, I think you're okay. But just be careful if it breaks those three moving averages. And RR is also a robotic company, and basically kind of the same thing. The whole sector today is pulling back kind of. So be careful with that one. This one could this could easily pull back to the 385 level. But just kind of depends. I would watch probably some of the bigger ones. ONDS. Uh, is probably the one I'd keep an eye on. It's to me, it's one of the better ones as far as the technicals go. Now they are drones. All right. We could, being a Friday after a big move, just kind of slop around the rest of the day, but who knows? Check my Pfizer. Okay, trying to get a little bounce there. Beaten up stock, pays a nice dividend, and trying to find a bottom is what it's trying to do. And let's practice what I preach and take a look at the weekly. And you're going to see, yeah, it's above, yeah, three moving averages there. But you can see, yeah, this one is definitely fallen out of grace. But see if it can fight back in return. Gold is just kind of hanging out here at the flat level. Oklo's kind of rolling back over here. Not too bad. Smar, I had a beautiful entry in Smar, but I sold it too early. I bought it around 20 on this day. No, I'm sorry, around 19. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, no problem, man. I enjoy the let me punch in these things so we can get a better since I have a daily and a 15 up. No, I don't mind doing this at all. Sometimes I catch some decent looking stocks when we do this, and not to mention the people out there. I'm not liking this microvision. Uh, first of all, tend to stay away from stocks under a dollar, but I would say this, if it does get back above that, dollar level, it trying to hang on to its 10 period moving average. Mm, yeah, this one right here, to me, I would want to see it back above a dollar. I mean, until then, I really believe it's just kind of gonna meander around. You can see it's had a hard time, tried it back over here, could not stay. So now you've been basically 2 weeks under that dollar level. So what I'm thinking is probably just going to vacillate in between a dollar and 80 cents, until maybe some news or something happens. Just not a whole lot going on with that chart. Sound, I was disappointed I missed a move in that yesterday. I had it on the radar, but I was probably managing positions over here. Now, what I would look for in this case right here, if it's going to have a bounce, would be a go, pause, go. So you had a nice day yesterday, and hopefully today kind of closes, or maybe in a doji. And then what you do is you look for a takeout of that 2-day high, kind of like I showed you in Intel. Although Intel is a much more constructive chart, you could still, because if it does get above this level, if it does get above that 13, 19 level, there's a good chance this thing could rip easily to 15. But what I would look for, if you're in it, I would want it to hold these moving averages below. Okay, you got three of them stacked there, which is going to provide some support. So what I'd like to see is maybe a go and then a pause and then taking out that high from yesterday. Added some more of that CLSK. Now I got one eye over on at Bitcoin over here on my other screen, so that's kind of seeing Bitcoin maybe trying to bounce here. So uh, it's going to take a chance for this thing to get back, maybe that 15 up to that 14 level. Maybe I'll start taking some profits. This may be, I doubt I'll take any Bitcoin stocks home tonight just because uh, I did last last weekend and got crushed. HIT. Wait, HIT. Wait, you got like 6 letters there? Is that uh which one is it? This one right here? HITWNH. Um if there's any first one. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that one is under a lot of pressure. Okay. You can even see it tried to bounce today, And as long as it's under this 10 period moving average, you can see it got above it around this day right here, had a push for 3 days and fell right back below. Not liking this one at all. It looks like this thing may want to go down and test that $1 level. uh yeah, not seeing a whole lot there. GNPX, uh I do like the volume yesterday. Okay, you got a nice little volume bar or big volume bar. Looks like it did maybe about a million and a half yesterday. Volume's coming down today. So, and you got your 20 period moving average here on the daily. So impressive volume yesterday. You want to see some sort of follow through. So hopefully this, digs in and puts in maybe a doji right at the 20, and kind of same thing I talked about in Soundhound. You just want to see if it can go and take out that volume bar day high. I mean, that's the biggest up volume bar we've seen in a while. Now, it could not hold near highs. I'm not crazy about the topping tail, so you definitely want to take that out. Uh, and last one is no, you got two more. XCH, same thing. You had a nice volume bar yesterday with a topping tail, and it closed right at the 50. And now today, you're not being able to hold that 50. What I'd want to see is back above this 50. Get it back above that 140 level, and then maybe you can uh man, some low volume, just average volume, 68,000. You got to be 78,000 on average volume. You got to be careful with something like that, even though it is a $1.20 stock. But yeah, I mean, you're holding the 20 here. You're above the 10, which is good, and the 200 seems like is it floating around in here in the mid range. uh but yeah, get it back above that 50 and let it close above that, and then maybe you can get constructive and build on that. But not liking the candle after the day, after yesterday volume, but that could change. Maybe like I said, maybe it gets up there and closes above that 140, that 50 level, and that would be, and gold goes to low. Ah, geez. See the way it resolves itself. It's like when a stock, it's like a uh, if you have a move to the upside and it starts going sideways for a long time, typically these things resolve that movement in the same direction, kind of what you're seeing in gold. You got an upside down, it's a bearish flag. You had a down move, and then you're not you're resolving to the downside, which is not. Hey, Mike C, how you doing? Nice. Yeah, Net Trade's offering the script for his money machine. And Alert and Kodak. So just kind of mention that, just trying to get through this level. And that high is 890. So we're right here at that multi multi-year. Impressive. Of course, it's had a huge move. You look at that weekly move it's had. It's a tough one to chase, that's for sure right now. But not a lot of float either. You got 59 million, 13% of it short. All right, I'm gonna have to put stop in some of this Newmont. I'll just set alert here. If it goes off. Uh-oh, SMX took a big dive. Yeah, that's one you want to catch early. Ooh. Yeah, that's a tough one, Mohammed. That's yeah, you're gonna pay huge fees and you got a $5 spread, whatever it was. That's a tough one. Say Eek having a hard time bouncing at the off the 200. SMR, yeah, it's definitely this whole sector is kind of pulling back today after that move they had yesterday. They're definitely not in play today. Although PLTR is green on the day. Trader 77 probably picked the bottom on that one. Huh. I'm not sure. You're referring to your broker? Are you actually trading through Trade Ideas via IB or something? Are you trying to do a market or you, yeah, net trade? I don't know what the issue is. If you uh, it's halted, that's probably why net trade. If if you don't, maybe you tried after the halt. Surprised Amazon not getting a little bounce. Still like the way Pfizer's setting up. Bought a little bit of Mara at 80. Probably should be more patient, but just feel like the Bitcoin is trying to get a little bounce here, but we'll see. Do you trade weekly options there, Mike C? Kodak. So it's kind of a reversion to the mean strategy there, Mike C. Nice net trade. Glad you were able to get out. There you go. Nice. That's the important thing. You got a you got a system. You got a game plan. Yeah, I bet you stick with it. Yeah, I bet you stick with your rules. Okay, Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a bounce now. Just get gold to bounce. I do like that little head fake down. Now if this thing could just pop up and go back through. Riven wants to go to highs. Has there been anybody know if there's been any Cyber Monday numbers reported yet? Probably come tomorrow, won't it? So I can find out after the meeting. No big deal. Just thought if somebody heard. 11 billion for Black Friday. Hey, Dave, how are you? Yeah, I think they may come out on Saturday. Oh, ONDS got a nice little bounce. Oh, wow. 3 billion was AI assisted, huh? Yeah, definitely one to watch for Monday, I think. Yeah, who knows? It may get going today for sure. Anything is possible in this crazy market as it's kind of breaking through a range. I just don't want to chase a green bar on a stock that's down on the day. I'd rather have caught it around 81, 82. Now, Amazon's a different story. I may have to load up on this bad boy if it gets through that 10 period moving average. Do I hear Barry whisper? Yeah, sound like you're behind me about to cut my throat.
It's like a bad horror movie.
That does.
Okay, Andy. Well, listen, you've done yeoman service this week. You've filled in for not filled in. You've taken over for 2 days, so that's
Yeah.
good on you. And of course, now
Yeah.
you just got to wait for a few weeks, right, for your next game. There's no,
That's true. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So it's just a matter of
There'll
seeding.
be some good championships. I'm looking forward to the Ohio State and Indiana game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should
I'd
be
love to
good.
see Indiana win. I
I
really
would
would.
too.
Just because massive underdog. I mean, I know
Right.
they haven't lost or anything like that, but I mean, I think people still can't believe Indiana is where it is.
I
So
know.
yeah, that'd be amazing if they do beat Ohio State, the Ohio State.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I love them. Those guys go the Ohio State.
Ohio State, right? Exactly. Yeah, something else, aren't they?
It is
Uh,
something else. Okay.
All right,
What it
Barry.
is, I
Well,
don't know,
listen.
but what have a great weekend.
Yeah, you do the same. And everybody, you guys
Okay.
have a great one. We'll talk to you next week. Bye bye.
Okay. Just waiting for Andy to get rid of his layout. There we go. So I'm back in now into our YouTube room, back in the main room. Next step, music. And then the final. I owe you a milkshake or something. For the Sentinel short, I finally, as you guys were, if you were listening earlier, I was trying to short this Sentinel several times and I could never get it. The uptick rule was obviously nailing me. Persisted and persisted right about here, or on the right at 1490. Finally, I kept it in there and I finally got a fill. And so, and the only reason I really persisted was because William, you told me that the CFO left also. I mean, I knew it was an earnings play, okay, but then you also told me the CFO left. So there you go. So I'm in this. I don't know what to expect anymore on this, but it's 20 cents so far, and that's on the S short. Some just awesome ones though, guys. I mean, look at the Domo. I mean, I'm finding actually now interesting that S was actually a gap down and reverse. Okay. I keep saying I use this like a watch list. The fact that it, at the time of the alert, it was 1529. It didn't really reverse much more from there. And that's when I started watching it. And then that's when, on the way down, thinking, okay, breaking down through 15. And then that's when William also told me the CFO quit or was turfed. Good enough for me. But look at Domo. I mean, well, DNA, sorry, look at DNA, 952 on the alert. It's a long time ago. I mean, we're talking 10 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock now. So, but look at this, 952 and what was the last 907. I mean, it's just some really, really good ones. I think probably SUPV is, not bad, 1178 on its way down, 1143. These are all short opportunities. I'm actually finding that the short opportunities are, for whatever reason, a little bit better than the long ones. Adapt. I can just tell you, yeah, 1561, 15. And it's not like the market. It's not like the market is tanking or anything. Moving all these things down. No. So this is my go-to scan for I don't know for how much longer, months, years, forever. I don't know. Yeah, the ultimate shorts. Yes. On the long side, see, I'm not seeing the follow through on the long side as much. There's a USAR just showed up at 1255 and at 754. Now it may keep going higher. But why wouldn't I take it? Because I saw that red line right there. I saw the red line, which is yesterday's high, and yesterday's high was 1773. So that's 20 cents away, a little over 20 cents away. I mean, that wouldn't be bad if I knew it would get right to it, but I don't know that. All right, now this just showed up, the QNRX. This did just show up. This is so what is happening with this one? Saw this one in the pre-market, of course. Trying to find out why it was down, or just profit taking, or don't know why it's down. I don't know if they did a. I don't think they did a financing. I can't remember any financing news for QNRX. Ah, that's right. But there's no shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers. I think that's why I looked at it earlier and sort of wrote it off. So yeah, even though it's showing up here, I have no shorts. Doesn't mean you guys don't. Because if it takes out 12, yeah, I mean the next low is 1112. 1112 on the daily chart. So there, well, it's moving, guys. It's moving. Guys have been talking about SLG. Hmm. So shares down 7% after Outlook. So they must be guiding poorly coming up. I don't know when they have earnings, but Outlook misses estimates. Okay. Another one that has moved. No, it's these are not rocket ships. Okay, but boy, I'll take these sort of trades all day long. HPE. I mean, we had the alert way back here at 9:45, 22.53. Now how? Let's see, 22.53. Yeah, I mean, not as beautiful in terms of, but you could have waited and even taken it here. Just a little bit above that original alert price. I mean, we're talking, 40, 50-cent gains on $20 stocks. Not bad. Is it an SMG? No, but how'd you like to be an SMG now or SMX? How'd you like to be an SMX? So the very simple definition, Miko, I mean, you can look it up. Okay. I mean, I don't have the full definition in front of me. The simple definition of a stock, why it gets halted, it just moves too much in a period of time, like an accelerated move. Okay. And so there's a program that kicks in and halts the stock. And it's sort of trying to pause it. Everybody catch their breath. A lot of people don't agree with that, but that's what it is. Okay. And sometimes, most of the time, they are 5-minute halts. Sometimes they are 10-minute or multiples of, if it's not five, and it's usually a multiple of five, which is next, obviously 10, 15, etc. But most of the time, they will, like, here's TGL. Let's see what happened with TGL. Yeah, I mean, that move right there from 18 something to 21, that was deemed and in a very short period of time, that kicked in a program that halted it. Okay. It's just moving too fast in a short period of time. I mean, there are other aspects of it, but that's about the easiest definition. Okay. Oh, I have no idea what my average return per trade is, Rick. Honestly. Now, I have not mentioned that. I have not said anything about the more it halts, the more time it takes. I don't, all I've said is that the first halt, the only, since we have this scanner, had this scanner, created this one, I don't know, 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, probably definitely more than 2 years ago. Let's call it 3 or 4 years ago. What we were noticing that the first halt of a stock moving up usually was pretty good, meaning that when it came out of its halt, it usually would move higher. Okay. The second halt could be not bad, maybe a little higher. It was the third halt of a stock that usually would have a lot of profit taking. It's not scientific, of course, but that's what we were noticing. So it wasn't. I don't think I ever mentioned before that. Okay, the more it halts, the more time it takes. No, I've never. I don't think I've ever said that. At least I don't recall ever saying that. But you could look it up. I mean, you could just do Gemini, use Gemini. Why do stocks get halted? What's the reason for stocks getting halted? Now, a volatility, okay, because obviously there are news halts, which is completely different. And there will be a more advanced definition. But for our purposes, I mean, just say up too fast. Yeah, me and Gemini are definitely, we got a thing going. All right, guys. Okay, Jay, first of all, I'm in Canada, right? So I'm limited to the number of brokers that I could have. I mean, okay, so that's one reason, okay? But even if I weren't limited, I think I would still be sticking with IB. I just like it. I think it's never failed me in terms of it's never frozen on me. It's never hiccuped on me. I know it's not like Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero with the number of shorts available, but it usually always has for me anyway. I don't get too upset if I don't see shorts available for an SMG or an SMX. Okay. So for me, it's just been extremely reliable. So even if I were in the States, I would probably have IB. But I'm in Canada, so I'm more limited in the number of brokers that I can use. Nope, I don't mind paying half a cent a share. It makes no difference to me. It's not free, but you get what you pay for. So I've never felt that paying half a cent a share. Now, I'm not somebody who takes 20,000 shares of a penny stock either. So but I even heard somebody was telling me you can always negotiate that with them. But I'm not. That's not my style of trading anyway. But yeah, half a cent a share is just not a big deal to me. Well, I also don't trade that much. 3 trades today. I really don't trade that much. Well, and that is what I sort of think also, Frank. I mean, the slippage. I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all, but you get what you pay for. Now, IB does have a free version or a free commission version. The problem is that you can't use it with trade ideas. When I say use it, I'm only talking about the ability to use the external linking tool. Okay, with it because it's I don't know if it's because if it's web based or I really don't even know, but it's we cannot connect to them. So that's the number one thing for me. If I could not connect with IB with using trade ideas, connecting just meaning clicking on the symbol and having a load into my order entry, I wouldn't be using IB. In fact, that's why I wasn't using IB until 2016 because until then, it was very, very, very difficult to connect to IB. Boy, HPE looks still interesting, guys. It's crawled all the way back. It's actually gone positive now. Wow. It's crawled all the way back. It was negative most of the day, and it's just gone positive now. No, I just use the features so I can so when I click on a symbol, it loads into my platform. That's the only I don't use B plus, no. Just use the tools, external linking, and you see I'm connected. Well, KJ, you're in the States, right? Obviously. Yeah. Well, I know the company is working with Alpaca. I I mean, I don't know if there's a massive difference. I mean, the big differences would be, I mean, Alpaca is free, isn't it? A free commission. But again, you get what you pay for. I don't know what the short ability is for Alpaca. I don't know if they have a reputation for having decent a number of shorts available for different stocks. I don't have no idea if that's important to you. You might want to. Anybody using Alpaca in this room or either room? Now, with IB, if you did want to trade using Brokers Plus, you can use IB or Alpaca, of course. Just don't know many who use Alpaca. Just it's sort of a. I don't have no idea how long they've been around. All right, guys, 119 now. So I have maybe another 40 minutes left or longer if you guys ask me questions. So until then, I will put in my homepage link and just talk about the information you can find on it one last time for the day and for the week. All right, on my homepage link, you click on it, and as always, at the very top, whoops, that page does not exist. Oh, well, I guess I don't work with trade ideas anymore. Give me a moment. Whoa. Did I actually? Okay, let me make sure sometimes I accidentally put something in the link when I paste it. Carefully. Hmm. All right. Let's see if there's anything else going on. Give me a moment, guys. Just have to see if it's something on our website that's happening, or is it widespread, or is it just my mine? Hmm. Ah, there we go. Okay. Phew. Okay, guys. So at the top, here's how you can take out a subscription using my code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay, it doesn't matter what you choose, a standard or premium. All I ask, use my code, whatever the code is. It changes, of course, from time to time when we have promotions, and it helps to keep the rooms free, the YouTube room and what I call the main room. Those of you on YouTube, there's another room. It's free also. Scroll down a bit. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. These are designed for longer term holds. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, completely up to you. Okay, take out a subscription. The first thing you must do, go to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. Okay, getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. First thing mandatory that you do. Don't have trade ideas, wondering about it, start off with that second video and do the next 11. That should give you an idea about whether or not there's something you want to try, at least for a month. Okay, you can always cancel. Back to basics. New to trading, this is for you. Free. 15 videos. Free videos for those of you who are new to trading. And last, click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here are some of the things that I'm sharing. I've got a couple of races, a large cap race, a wide open race. Okay, I call it, this is just a wide open race, no market cap stipulations or float stipulations, filters in there, just wide open, very volatile. Movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside right here. Boy, William, you could have been, oh no, WBD. WRD is what you were in. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. This is what I use. I don't use our channel. And let's see, and this, of course, my absolute go-to scan now, my gap scan right here. And again, my opinion, you should turn it into also the don't repeat version. I may get him at it, but I just think you should know how to do this in case you want to take one of your alert windows and have a don't repeat version of it. So you know how to do it. It's simple, super simple. Don't repeat, meaning only show me the stock one time. Okay, and here's your time, and there's your price. You can see and you can use it like a watch list. Maybe the stock hasn't moved, or like the S. I decided to go to the other way. Even though it was a gap down and reverse, and it looked like this was supposed to be a short. I decided to go. A long. I decided to go short. Not up here, but anyway, I'm just saying it's like a watch list. Not like a watch list. It is a watch list all day long. So if you have any questions about them, let me know. Let me just go over this just to show why you're seeing these in here. So this is called a multi-strategy window. Typical use of a multi-strategy window is for those of you, maybe you've only got one monitor and you've got maybe 3 or 4 alert windows dotted around. Well, you can take your alert windows and you can put them into a multi-strategy window. It's all in the guide. If you just go to the guide and check multi-strategy windows, it'll show you how. But what I like to do is I like to group. Well, it's the only multi-strategy window I have up and running right now, but I like to group similar strategies, scans into one window. So obviously these are all gappers. And here they are. The gap up and go. Stock gapped up, went higher at the time of the alert, gap down and reverse, gap down, reversed at the time of the alert, gap up and reverse, gapped up, reverse, and then the gap down and go. Gap down and went down. Now, again, like any others, I'd love to be able to say that it'll continue in the same direction, right when you take it. Obviously not. You know, I mean, it's just telling you that at the time of the alert, that's what was happening. So something that gapped up and you got an alert because it made a new high doesn't mean the next second it's still going to move higher. But I want to know about it. So that's what they are now. If all you care about are reversal plays, then you can uncheck these two: the gap down and go, and the gap up and go. If you just want to see stocks that might have gapped down and starting to reverse, or gapped up and started to reverse, then you would just follow these two. If you just, though I hate to say it like this, but I mean, if you just want to see stocks, that are in theory long opportunities with a gap up and go and the gap down and reverse, those are long opportunities. These bottom two are short opportunities. But again, just like I said, with the gap down and reverse for the S, that turned for me into a short opportunity, even though the idea was to go long at the beginning. So if you have any questions about these, let me know. Actually, quite a few, Stephen. There's quite a few alerts in here. I'm actually pretty happy. I mean, uh, 10 would be, I would say 10 would be, pretty good. Anything more, I mean, but you can see that they're generally spaced out. You will get some. I mean, I don't get this thing working until 9:45 on purpose, but you can see how they're kind of spaced out. So it's not like you get all of a sudden a whole whoosh of them that you can't, that you get overwhelmed. And that's what I like about it. You mean, is Rudy going to add this? Is that what you meant, Pepe? Is he going to add this? They don't repeat? Oh, is Rudy making a change to my homepage? He shouldn't be. I see what you meant. No, he shouldn't be. There's no reason to. Had it persisted, I would have pinged him. But yeah, no. Rudy is the gentleman who looks after my homepage when I want to make a change to it. They don't let me do it because I may accidentally delete the program. They don't trust me. Might do something else I'm not unaware of doing, so they do it. No, it's fine now. It's fine now. It was about a minute out. Yeah, well, that's why. Yeah, I was looking to see, make sure, wanting to know if it was anything else at Trade Ideas, but it only seemed to be my page. I mean, this is an awesome one here. This QN. Yeah, if you had shorts available, I didn't have shorts available. I mean, this is even late. You might say, "Wow, look how late this is." That's 1:05. Remember, all times Eastern. 1:05. You get an alert to short this QNRX at 12:05. That was the price. Look at it now, 11:25. I just didn't have shorts available. Well, that is just, if you had shorts available, that's a great, wait for the 12 break and pounce. As opposed to the QNCX, which is moving higher down here. So again, this compare count window, I know it's not called, I mean, but that's what we call them, compare count windows. Look at, I didn't do it, so almost doesn't count, but I almost decided to go long Victoria's Secret when it around the 46 level. It looked like, well, you can see. See how well it was holding? It's a beautiful short, though. Just a beautiful short. Oops. Things are slowing down or something. Just give me a moment. Okay. So look right here. You see right here how it just started, right around well, underneath 47, but right around here, it was just looking like this was going to act. And then you got a little buy flag there. And then it transition, color transition. So that moved about $1 from there. Not bad. So it's TGL. Somebody asked earlier, is it not, this is not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers. Now, most of the time I don't care because 830,000 in the float, I mean, it's nice to go long, it's nice to go short. You really have to pick but I have no shorts available. So you see what happened here on the ascent. Now I'm still short, but right here when this started doing this, I covered some. Okay. I mean, not for much, obviously. I mean, I'm not, but who knows? Maybe this is going to add 50 cents down. I mean, it has, where's the next low? So back in May of 2024, the low was 1433. So we got a little bit of room still to that low. But just playing the wave. You start to see a flattening out depending on the time frame you're looking at. On a 5-minute, it never. But you see how it pierced above. The bars pierced above the top of the wave. That's my warning sign right there. Warning that I don't mean it's absolutely going to change directions completely, but maybe take some off. Tara is another one, guys, that I think now this is the interesting thing to me. I'm gonna check this out today. Now, it hasn't moved that much, but what I was noticing, in the brief time I've been using this, is that if you get now this is don't repeat. However, it will repeat, like Tara repeated because we came into another strategy, another scan. Okay. So that's why it would repeat. And what I've been finding is that, this was a gap down and go, but then it turned around and was a gap down and reverse. And I'm finding that, these can be pretty good. Like if you see it the second time in another strategy, it could be pretty good. Now it doesn't happen that often. So I don't have a big sample size, but I have been noticing that when it switches strategies, it can be pretty good. So now Pepe is going to devise a way in which we don't have to look. I'm just kidding you, Pepe. You don't have to do that. Thing of it is, I mean, you don't get so many in here that it's pretty easy to see. Well, Pepe, you see how Tara was a gap down and go, and of course we're in don't repeat, but then Tara turned around to be a gap down and reverse. Okay, so it's the only one. So I'm sure there must be a way to create a list of the stocks that do that. It doesn't happen very often. And I'm not, I mean, yeah, it doesn't happen very often, obviously. All right, S. Now, I also want to see something here. How many of these are earnings plays? Because I really thought this would dry up when we got out completely outside. Not an earnings play. Sophie is not. HPE is, yes, HPE is an earnings play. iRobot is not. PCSC, not. This is not. CAPR. I don't know if this one is. SN, SNSE, it is not. Tara is not. DNA, let's see. I think, no, not. IMTX, probably not. You know what? I probably should just put my earnings date over here. I don't, ADPT, not. WHL, not. Yes, for S. SUPV, not. Orla, I'll explain why I'm doing this. WHLR, not. Domo, I think is. Yes, Domo is. And USAR is not. And QNRX is not. So why I'm going through this exercise? Well, there's only 3 of them, I think, out of here. Because I thought that we'd hardly get any alerts at all when we got completely out of when we got out of earnings season, because that's typically when a stock gaps up or down when it has earnings the day of. Stocks don't, unless they have specific news, they're generally not going to. There's not going to be that many gappers. So I'm very happy to see that we have certainly enough to look at all the time. Well, this is starting to turn out to be not bad at all. This Sentinel. 1433, I think, is what we saw, right? 1433 was the low on the monthly chart. So that is the next area. See how close it can get to that. I'm going to hang on now. Just follow the wave. Don't look now, but you're making me look, Poe. OCLS. Okay, I'll look. Is it OCLS or another symbol? Oh, nice. Well, Kodak, okay. I call that definitely one of the meme stocks from a long time ago, but let's see. So for what? Just a swing trade or intraday trade? And what day trade? And you got in at what price? Because I'm just trying to follow the wave here. What price did you get in? 860. Okay, so you got in down here, almost right there. So on that little break, that's a nice little break. It's some. Were you watching it? For some reason, were you watching it? Because this was a nice break right there if you had been watching it. So at this point, the wave is up, but I would have certainly right here, I would have taken some off. Okay. I mean, that's because that is that's starting to look like it. I would have taken some off. I'm not saying you have to get out of everything, but I would take off some because, the trend is starting to turn. even though it hasn't transitioned to orange on the 5, but that little move there, we were to go from 931 down to, it's a pretty big move in my opinion, percentage wise. So I would have been taking some off. And now maybe you want to hold on just to see, but you're starting to get these little sell flags here. Looking left, of course, on the weekly chart, you had no problem there. Well, I shouldn't say no problem, but 891, you got through that. It's a little bit above that. That's on the daily. But I don't know if you've been using the wave at all. Oh, it's QCLS, not OCLS. Ah, you know what? Those are my eyes. I thought I didn't see the little slash through the O. Yeah. So again, as I've said many times, it all depends on the time frame that you are looking at. And you've also got the VWAP right there at 892. So I mean, you would hope that this holds it if you're going to continue to be in it. It would take me, if somehow we didn't have this trade wave anymore for whatever reason, it would take me a bunch to get used to not trading with it. Nothing again, nothing to do with the buy flags or the sell flags, but just the visual of seeing what's happening. I mean, of course, if you take it off, of course, I can see this is moving up, but it's just not the same now to my eyes. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. So just out of curiosity, is there anybody here who are using the go no go charts? Just give me a moment, please. All right. So yeah, just out of curiosity, anybody using go no go charts? Just out of curiosity, I don't need to know if you're not, Rick. I just want to know if somebody is using the go no go charts. I used to. Possible that nobody is. Yeah, I don't think too many. I really liked them, before. I really did like them, but they were really a drag on my system. Pre-paste, pre-paste, pre-thermal paste of my system, and they were a real drag on my system. I probably could start using them again, but I honestly don't see what the need would be because I think TradeWave. Yeah, well, okay, okay, thank you, Rick. Right, guy. I'm still I'm interested in this HPE. Believe it or not, the HPE. We're right here, holding over 23. It's now gone. It's gone positive now, or it should be. Yeah, barely. It's barely gone positive, and I want to see if it has a like sort of run, little sell flag on, but not a wide bar, not a wide wave. Certainly on the 5 minute, it's pretty. It's pretty good looking. And of course, we had the gap down and reversal right down here, 2253. First, one of the first alerts in this scan. So, guys, it's getting close. It's 147. So, questions, if you have any. Yeah, I mean, as far as honestly, don't really have. I mean, I know it's bad. Everybody says keep a journal. I mean, I don't keep a journal anymore. I mean, I used to, but as far as reaching a goal, what happens with me, Faith, is that if I do very well and say the first trade of the day, like really well, then what I do is I reduce my risk for the balance of the day. So if I make up some numbers, let's say I'm risking $500 a trade, and I do really well that first trade, then the next trades afterwards, maybe I'm only risking 200 or 100. Okay, like I really reduce the amount I'm risking. The only time if it oh good if I so I don't that's hopefully that answers your question. But no, do I ever stop? Only time I really stop is if I've sort of reached a loss. Typically don't reach that magnitude of a loss that I just want to stop trading for the day. So again, I basically what I do is I just reduce the risk on subsequent trades. How much am I willing to risk if I lose the trade? But it's not a bad idea. I mean, I'm not because what I do doesn't necessarily everything. I mean, I would never say. Therefore, that's what I do. Therefore, that's what you should do. Yeah, just give me a moment, please. This is a crank call. Just give me. No, there's no pestering. I love questions. Well, I went short twice and one long today, KJ. It's not. I mean, these ones I'm sort of getting more in tune to going short. These, in this scan, but the IRBT, as an example, that was a long trade. That was an early long trade for me, and then two shorts: the Sentinel S and the Victoria's Secret. But what I should have done is flip the script on the VSC on the VSCO and gone long. So no, it's not that it, I just like, if I can see an edge one way or the other, I'll take it, whether it's short or long. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Anything else at this QNR? I think the QNRX had a bounce, didn't it? Really? There was the low. In fact, no. Well, it might have had a little bounce, but it's continuing to make its way down now. Just give me one moment again. Hey, guys, I am back. I've seen this one on the scroll almost all day. Now this is a nice little break, guys. Wow, nice little break out of consolidation on the 2 and on the 5 for Alms. Maybe just a couple of minutes late. It'd be nice to see it right here. 1090, but it hasn't gone that much. Oh, how much room does it have? The monthly chart, it's got a lot of room. 13 is the next high. Weekly chart, can't see anything. So yeah, this is it's not a low float. I only mentioned the float, okay, just because I want to, see how volatile it could be. That's all. But I mean, it's got 70 million in the float, so it's not on one of the crazy low float situations. Okay, guys, I'm out of the S. I'm out of my S short. And I have these things thumbnailed. If you're wondering, well, I didn't even see it here, but I have them thumbnailed on my other monitor. Thumbnail charts. Let's see the price of it, SMX, because it's obviously going to go to 1,000. So let's take a look. 300 share or $300. Okay, so let's do 100 shares, $30,000. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Deborah Harrison, 2000. We're just kidding. We're just playing around. I have no idea that what SMX is going to do. Okay, we're just sort of Friday afternoon buffoonery. All right, guys, 158. Getting close. So, William, you're keeping the room open. I think you said till 3:30, right? So, for those of you in YouTube, you can see my homepage link is there. If you still want to, stock trading with others who are still in the trading room, you can just click on my link. So you click on my link, and right here, the trading room. Okay, so those of you in YouTube, if you still want to, converse with other traders in a trading room, you can do it right here. It's free because I do have to shut YouTube down. You guys talking about that QCLS? Okay, right at the VWAP. Okay, guys, 2 p.m. I don't see any questions, so I think I will take off. So, as always, thanks for all the help all week long. Obi will open the main room on Monday at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I'll open the YouTube room at around 9:30. Sorry, 9 o'clock. Sorry, 8:30. 8:30, and I get on the mic in both rooms around 9 o'clock. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we will see you Monday morning. So I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. I will put, though I might take this HPE, so I may not have the. Well, I'll put the surfing on anyway. I'll put the surfing on, and I have to shut down YouTube though.